Good morning, everybody. This is National Coach Barbara Brand, along with our new Poomsae pal, 12 Win.
Morning.
Good morning, 12. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Great. Sorry for a little bit of sound in the background, maybe, but that's all me. I'll get that taken care of right now. So we're here today to start our animal divisions, right? We're starting with the tiger female here in the recognized black belt Poomsae division. They'll be up in just a moment. We just want to make sure that everybody's tuned in and ready to go with maybe a little coffee and a little pastry. Is that what you're doing, Twa?
I got my tea. It's ready.
Yeah, your tea is ready to go. It's a little early for my kombucha, so I'm going to go with absolutely nothing but excitement here for our first division to start in this Spooktacular Championship. Let's go ahead and start. All right, cool intro. So here we go, Twa. This is Deborah Kim, our first athlete. She's from Arizona.
And the club that she represents is the Arizona Taekwondo, and her coach is Hyung Christopher Kim. Oh, she is too cute.
Yeah, what fun, these young little animal division athletes getting to go out with choreo.
And pick the hardest form for the littlest people.
Right. She's doing a great job. She's got really high, nice front kicks. Oh,
That side kick up
really?
there belong there all day.
Yeah.
She's like, there it is.
Yeah, huge flexibility.
Mm-hmm. I like the intensity of her look. That child's going somewhere.
Yeah, she's not clowning around.
Mm-mm.
Pro. Pro. Shot. Threat. Connect. Shot. 대장. Threat. Connect. 대장.
So we have 4 athletes in this Tiger female black belt division in the final round.
입장. 입장. 준비. 준비.
And her first score is coming in at 5.63. So 2.23 on accuracy and 3.4 for the presentation. So we're off to a good start.
Yes.
Shot. Shot.
Wow, what a departure, right? All the way from choreo, and now a real, probably for her, a really fun Poomsae to do, Taeguk Samjang, one of the foundational Poomsae.
Yes, ma'am. And I will have to say, you can tell that she has performed this form for a while because of great ability with this form. I think she's going to go here, that previous one.
바로. 바로. 샷. 샷. 차렷. 기내. 기내. 퇴장. 퇴장.
That'd be tons of fun to go back and be able to do Taeguk Samjang in competition, right?
Songdong, but I get all of those like first three forms a bit mixed up, to tell you the truth.
Oh my goodness.
I'm like, 1, 2, 3, oh dear.
That's hilarious. Just like the kids learning.
Look at that.
Oh,
6.13.
nice boost.
Well performed. Well performed.
Wow, really big jump from her first
Mhm.
form at 5.63. So,
That was nice. Deborah did well.
yep. And currently in the first place. So that's always fun when you're the first one out and you're top on the leaderboard. So up next we have Reagan Avery. Reagan is from North Carolina.
I don't know her club, but coach is
Yeah.
Coach Young.
강예. 강예. 준비. 준비. 시작. 시작.
I'm just gonna say it seems unfair for Avery to have gone after Deborah after those kicks.
Ooh, nice calm disposition there. So it seems like as she went through the Poomsae, she felt a little bit more grounded as she went. I could see why she picked this video.
강예. 강예.
I do think that her finish was nice and strong.
Right, right. So it
Very
got
good
a
work.
little bit more confident as she went.
Yes, ma'am.
So hey, do you like choreo to perform?
Oh, ma'am, that is a form that you just can't avoid. It's like if you're a Rondo, you gotta like it.
Have to
But
love it.
I have to say I feel like Reagan, more confident towards the end.
차렷.
Yeah, those last 4 steps, right?
Yes, you're like, okay, no sidekick here. I'm done.
강예. 강예. 준비. 준비. 시작. 시작.
And she's continuing that very confident feeling. A couple things like heel popping on the transitions, right? That could be maybe one of the first things she can do
바로.
Yes,
to work
I
on her
noticed
stance
that.
strength.
I noticed that on the turns,
차렷.
and
강예.
that is a very hard thing to keep down. You have to be
Right.
very confident.
Just got to make sure you transition your weight before you take your step so that heel doesn't pop up between movements.
Goodness, that is actually something that I just realized I did also. And so I am feeling it. Every time I saw her heel, I was like, oh,
Yeah,
ah,
we can all empathize because we all have to think about that as we train too. So nice score though, 5.77.
yes.
for Reagan Avery's
Yeah.
Taeguk Samjang. But that's what those foundational forms are for, so that we can work on all those basics, right? Trying to increase our volume and also make sure that our transitions are correct.
You make a very good point, because in the first three forms, there's a lot of walking stance, which helps you to transition.
차렷, 균해,
차렷, 균해,
So this is Stella Flickinger,
준비,
and she's our third athlete
시작!
in this
시작.
pool of 4.
Her coach is Coach Vincent Villa. I might have said that wrong.
From Flying V Martial Arts, Vincent Vienna.
Oh. Well, look at
Oh, wow, look at that. Wow, really good alignment for her age on the
And
side
strength.
kicks.
Yes.
So not only was it way up there, it was also in line with her shoulder and her hip. So good alignment there on the side kicks.
Very good. Well done.
바로,
하로,
I'm gonna take
Sure.
a guess. She's
Sure.
going to do well.
Yes, she has probably a really nice high score in this.
I agree
But I
with you.
think you mean doing well in the future, right? She's got a pretty
Yes.
good foundation.
Yes, her stances, you can tell that she doesn't have residual movements after her strikes and blocks are delivered. And that's hard to do at her age. She did that exceedingly well.
Right, and she gets the highest score so far,
Yeah,
the
차렷,
6.
차렷,
준비,
준비,
Well
was nice.
done.
Stella did a nice job. Real nice.
시작!
시작.
Wow.
Yeah.
We hadn't seen the front kick height from that angle in the
I
first
was
form.
just gonna
Wow.
comment on that front kick. I noticed it in audio, but this really,
Yeah,
Wow.
so all she needs to do now is just add a really clear chamber to those front kicks, right? Because she has a flexibility.
yes.
Hello.
Exactly.
하로,
And I did like the rhythm that she put into this
Good.
form. So I feel like her
Good.
presentation is going to be up there.
Yeah, it should be up there.
She put a rhythm to Samjang that I haven't seen yet, so I'm impressed.
You think that presentation score is going to be high? Let's see.
That's what it's like betting. Come on. Give me a 3. Give me a 3. Okay.
Oh, okay. Look at that. So 2.77 for the accuracy and 3.67 for the presentation. So ending up with 6.44 and easily into first place for Stella Flickinger. And with just one athlete to go, she's probably, and the rest of them on the edges of their seats. So our last competitor in the division is Nicklin Pennington from North Carolina.
건예.
Her club is unaffiliated, and she doesn't have a coach that's been listed.
준비. 준비. 시작. 시작.
Oh, good reach too.
And strength.
Wow, she's got good strength. You know, she kind of reminds me of an athlete in our cadet division, Abigail Strawback. She has the same fierce sphere hairdo. Wow, really nice.
She's intense. She has
Yeah,
determination.
good control. Maybe need to retract those side kicks a little bit more to really present them well.
Yeah.
Wow, look at her really trying to finish each technique. So we really want that really clear, defined finish before moving to the next step, so the hand techniques don't look like a blur. She did a really good job with that.
Yes, and she also has I don't want to say a weight behind her movement, like an actual weight, but she puts the strength and the function into her movements. Sometimes people are just flinging legs and arms, but she really she moves those well.
Yeah, and I think it's because her stances are pretty stable, so
Very.
it gives her that steadfast, that stability.
Okay,
Wow, look at that score.
the judges like her.
6.2. That's a high score so far for Korea.
Highest score.
Yeah.
If that was her choreo, her samjang is going to.
It's gonna really rock.
시작. 시작.
Oh yeah,
Like
right off
rotation.
the bat.
Yes.
Oh, very nice.
Yes.
That hand technique, really like the effort there. Coach is doing a great job.
Good for punch.
Really giving her the right message here about how to differentiate her hand techniques.
Okay. I am thinking Declan's maybe go here.
Okay, so for Nicklin Pennington, she had the highest score on choreo. So let's see what happens with Tae Samjang.
Oh, nice.
Oh my goodness, look at that
Look.
huge jump, 6.7.
Look, that technical is well deserved.
Right.
Well deserved.
3.07. I think the first athlete to get over 3. So finishing with a 6.5 and into first place, followed by Stella Flickinger, Deborah Kim, and Reagan Avery. Good job to everybody. You know, I think it's really fantastic that athletes are trying to really level up or continue to stay fresh with our online events. We're really lucky that we're able to do this particular event live. That's because we have some technical support that we haven't had before, and this time Vastic has come out to help us, the Vastic crew, and that has really made all the difference for us being able to put this on live.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that before that this version is different than prior times. I didn't realize the complexities of it. So I am also happy to be part of this live event.
Yeah, super impressive that we've been able to put this together. I was really hoping we could do it live and, with live commentary and with live scoring from the referees. It's the first time we've been able to do this, and it's just, fantastic for us and for everybody at home to be able to jump into the excitement like this. We're going to continue with our recognized Tiger male black belt division in just a moment. In this division, we have 5 athletes. The first is Aiden Kong from California.
And his club is martial arts, and his coach is Sungwoo An.
Oh, starting off with Taeguk Yukjung. So it's not only just fun being able to do it live here with live scoring and live commentary. It's also just fun doing it with you, Twa. Not sure if everybody is aware. Twa is a world champion. So that was at 2016 World Championships, if I'm right.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. It's hard to not remember that, you being on the medal stand, following 2 fantastic performances in the final round.
Thank you. It does seem a far away though.
What's that?
It seems like it was so long ago.
Oh, really? It seems like yesterday to me. There were a lot of really great performances that year.
Well, that was a memorable year. I don't know if it was memorable because I won it, or like you said, the performances were so fantastic. I agree with you that they were, and I hope I'm not biased, but yeah,
Can you remember how many world championships you've been to and competed in, I should say?
I
Ooh, nice
right
score
now
already. Six is 6.13 for Aiden Kong. So how many have you competed in, Twa?
I thought it would. So it would have been 3 if we didn't go online, but yeah, 3
So 2 on site and 1 at the World Championships.
online. Yes,
I'm sorry, online. And you got a bronze in that one, correct?
I think so. I'm sorry. I think my memory was bad.
It was a bronze, Twa.
Okay,
I
I'm
believe
glad you have a good memory. I am liking it.
Nice rhythm here for Aiden Kong. Good job on Taeguk Samjang. I think all of these athletes were so happy that they got to do Taeguk Samjang, a Poomsae that they've been doing for years.
Yes.
So Twa, you also have some referee experience. Which do you like better, refereeing or the competing?
Oh, that's a nice score for Aiden.
Oh yeah,
Um,
6.37.
that he had a very solid performance.
Yeah, I kind of expected that score to jump up, and maybe every athlete's score will jump up in this division going to Taeguk Samjang.
Yeah. E- Each
Up next, we have Gregory Brennan, and Gregory is from New York.
큰일.
I don't have
준비?
any club or coach listed
준비?
for him.
I'm going to say, oh, so he's from YH Park Taekwondo Academy in New York.
Uh, I'm going to have to agree with your comment prior that also for the team competition online. I'm sure it takes a lot of effort.
Right.
I am appreciating Gregory's
바로.
effort.
바로.
Well, he did a good job. The idea is to begin and end in the same spot. Look at him. He's like, okay, I've probably recorded this now a few times, and I'm hoping this is the one. We all have we all have that same feeling that he just expressed on his face there. It's like, okay, recording is tough.
It is tough.
그래.
And he probably thought,
준비.
why is this so hard?
시작. 시작.
Is there a little technical glitch?
Yeah. So, Twa, you competed in some of the online Poomsae championships in addition to the World Championship, right? Some of our USAT events.
Yes.
So when you record, what's your style? Do you do one and done, which I hear some people do, but that's pretty rare? Or do you do several takes?
I do more than one take, but it's probably not more than
시작.
More than how many?
it's no more than 4. It
More
usually,
than 4.
if I can do 1 or 2, it is ideal. And that is because as you record more, you tend to lose.
Right.
You lose a little spirit.
Right. It's nice if you can just like get in the moment, like at a live event. So you know what'll help Gregory a lot is if he looks at his turns and instead of pivoting on his heels, if he pivoted on the balls of his feet,
바로
that would really level him up.
차렷.
Yeah.
차렷
큰일.
큰일
I do think that he did a very nice job of trying to move simultaneously his feet and his hands, and that is a
Right.
difficult thing to do when you're going into competition. It's completely different than when you're just testing. And I think that I definitely think Gregory trained hard for this.
Oh yeah, and the recording, I'm sure that was like for him maybe you know a several take event. Many athletes will say they do quite a few takes, quite a few runs before they have one that they like. So ended up with a 5.6, so that was a good jump
That
from
was nice.
choreo. So it was well worth his effort to maybe do a few more, you know, runs that he might have wanted to. Some athletes have said they do up to between 30 to 50 runs, if you can believe that, to get their
Ooh,
best take.
차렷. 경례. 차렷.
This is Jay Shim from Georgia. He trains at Poomsae Taekwondo.
they have a nice facility. Very nice.
Yeah, and they typically have many athletes in our online events. This is a great way for them to stay fresh or level up. So on that round kick to the front, we're looking for no piking, right, Twa?
Yes, and I did notice that. And I also am noticing the use of the stands.
Right, we just need to chamber that front kick up a little higher, keep that knee bent, and then extend it.
I
Good finish, though. Good effort. And training and competing with a mask is not easy to do.
know. And that some of those in some of the online tournaments, there were people who were just competing on hardwood floors, not necessarily mats or concrete. So all those sort of play a role in your stability.
Right. I like how he's staying active in between Poomsae here. Yeah, in our previous online events, we had people, you know, in parking garages, outside, and you know, in their gardens, um, patios near swimming pools and parks. So it's fun to see everybody's excitement, no matter where they are. They're pushing through their strongest effort. And Jay Shim for his in that first form, 6.03.
Yeah, I agree with you that if he had sort of tightened up those kicks with the chambers, the stances, that scores go high fast.
Right.
자.
자
I definitely think it's better.
Mm-hmm.
I like those.
Yeah, really good on these four, the last four, the upper blocks and the middle blocks. Really well done. And actually, this whole
Yes.
second half of the form, right? Very
He,
clean.
he does this one very, very well.
셔.
He might
셔
find a few technical
경례
lessons on those first pitches that he did. The stances were right on. The punches, the blocks. Jay did well. He should definitely
Right.
expect a higher score.
Yeah, definitely a higher score. And then in the future, working on the chamber of the front kick, getting up that, look at that big jump, 6.57, and that's the highest score so far
Yes,
in that second
yes.
form. Wow.
And that's I feel what is also tough about competition is you really cannot it's like having children. You can't be equal to all of your kids. And that is true with forms. There's no equal practice of all of your kids. One has a I don't want to say a favorite, but there's a form that people tend to do more than the other forms.
Right, and we really shouldn't do that. We need to prepare all of them. This is Evan Kai from New York. Trains out of East Taekwondo.
시작.
And his
시작
coach is Coach Chen Chao Louis.
Wow, really good flexibility.
Nice deep stance.
Right. He has some good tools to work with. Similar to Jay, just maybe bending the knee a little bit more before the kick extends.
Agreed. But his back hands are very.
So when we look up, we can go ahead and have our eyes move up, but our chin needs to stay where it starts, nice and level.
Yes, and I did find that out the hard way.
Yeah, unfortunately, right? So you went first day in World Championship, which was also held live, and we were told to look up, and you really took that to heart and kind of tipped your head up.
Mm-mm-mm.
And then the referees did not think that was the best thing to do.
And I have to agree with them. I thought it looked odd too.
Right. So it was kind of like the communication, right? Like what message did we receive? And he gets 6.47, so that's a big score.
He's the highest scorer
Right.
so far.
Yeah. So that was just unfortunate, right? Twa, I think if that hadn't happened, maybe you would have received a silver or gold in that case.
시작.
This is a very nice, good feeling that Evan is
Yeah.
going to blow away. The intensity of his movement, the definition of it, he controls it well.
And he's able to get those movements. You see how he's like he has a lot of power and a nice strong finish. And then he's able to connect that to the next movement, which is rare at his age.
I agree. I actually noticed the same thing, that he can finish his movement simultaneously. So that's it. He locks everything together, and that makes it clean. I agree for Evan here.
Yeah, his coaches are doing a really great job of trying to help him develop his flow.
Yes.
So again, that's Evan Kai from New York with his performance with Jung.
Oh,
In pretty high.
that's nice. Very nicely done.
6.7 for Evan Kai Taeguk Ijung, and now in the lead.
Yeah.
With a pretty handy little gap there.
Well, let's see what it.
So the final athlete in this division, our male Tiger black belt, is Adam Satawan from Texas.
준비.
And Adam has a lot of competition experience, so this is going to be interesting to see how he does. Adam also is one of our athletes in our talent ID that we did this past weekend in Colorado Springs.
You know how you talked about keeping your heel down? Adam did a very good job. He's doing a nice quick transition from one direction to the next. I do believe that he will be rewarded for that movement.
바로
쉬어.
견해
He had very nice power and rhythm for this division. This is the most rhythm I've seen.
Right. And he looks like he's got like a clear idea of how he wants to control the Poomsae.
Yes. Adam looks like a little competitor. Look at him. Oh, yes. Oh, they do like.
Yeah, 6.97. They are enjoying the effort and ready to reward it. So he's getting a really good high score, 3.07 in accuracy and 3.9 in the presentation.
차렷. 견해. 준비. 시작.
So what I like about Adam, he doesn't get things hands like the other athletes have done. He glides into his coach is doing an extremely good job of making
Look at that. Nice turns.
yes.
I really like the turns. Sometimes when athletes are doing
Shuttle.
those first forms, when they're learning those first forms, for some reason they slow down on the turns, and then we have, a few different speeds going through, but he was able to maintain his quick click as he was moving from one side to the other and not slowing down with some, unneeded gap of time or unneeded extra bit of time to get there.
Very nicely done, Adam, at
Wow.
7.10.
Right in our first over 7 score of the day. So 7.1 for Adam Sichuan, and he's going to be clearly in the lead, just bumping over that 7. That's a big deal. Followed by Evan Kai in second, Jay Shim in third, Aiden Kong, and I'm sorry, Brennan, Gregory Brennan, coming in to finish that final round for the recognized Tiger male black belt division.
I gotta say, maybe it's a Texas thing. The way Adam, he just became bigger than life. That was a impressive performance.
Yeah, standout performance for sure.
He really did move like a Poomsae competitor. The way he walked on, the way he stayed, I want to say professional. He was right on.
Yeah, it looks like maybe he's done some studying of past events. He's been in some of our past online events. When you're in them, you tend to watch all the divisions. So when you're out there and you get all of that video that you can be taking a looking at maybe some of the upper divisions, it's really helpful to kind of guide your own presentation.
휴진. 차렷.
Okay, so we're ready to go here in this recognized youth female black belt division. In this finals round, we're going to have 8 athletes. We're going to be starting off with Glenda Na
휴진.
from Indiana. I really like her home setup here. So really trying to model it after a competition setting.
차렷.
차렷.
From Apex Tigers Martial Arts Taekwondo.
준비.
준비.
시작.
시작.
So this is really great for the athletes to start off with one of the foundational Poomsae, Taeguk Samjang. Helps them get their rhythm. So when you have to record 2 in a row, it's really nice to start off with one like this. It's a real confidence booster. Well, she's in a short space there. Good for her for not hitting that wall.
There's a lot of walking stance.
Right. Real good reach on her front kicks. I think maybe her front stand size to the side was a little bit shortened because of the space that she's in.
I do agree that she utilized her space well. Oh, her score 6.53.
That's really a great score to start off with.
I agree.
The younger division had a really challenging time getting such a score like this. So it's going to be interesting to see if we get any athletes to climb toward that 7. We had 1-7 in the last division, in the
Yes.
Tiger division.
차려.
The form that she's about to do
준비.
is
시작.
there are so many variations of a front kick in this form.
With Taego Paljung, right? Like, are you talking about the jumping kicks, the jumping front kicks?
Every variation of a front kick possible is here.
Right. Right. Get back leg front kick,
Right.
front leg front kick, and jumping front kick, all in the same form.
Yes.
Oh, nice vertical on that right front kick.
I'm glad you held it together for that. Almost lost her balance. That was well done.
바로.
And this one's really tough to get back to your mark. Do you find that you have trouble with this one?
큐네.
Yes, ma'am. The Pajang is one of those forms that,
진짜.
when done well, is fantastic.
Because it looks so clean. All the lines are so straight in Taego Paljung that you can really get good, clean speed going from step to step if your technique is accurate.
And you have to have some solid stances. You can't change your width too much. It is 5'9". That's impressive.
Yeah, good score. But, we haven't seen this in the past round where the first form was actually in the reverse order, right? We had the difficult form and then the foundational form. In this case, we might see the scores go down from Poomsae to Poomsae. So going from a basic Poomsae to a really hard Poomsae.
That's a good point.
차렷. 경례.
So this is Natalie Emmerth
준비.
He
from
comes from the
Connecticut.
world champion taekwondo amenity.
시작.
시작.
Nice extensions.
Yeah, good start.
Yes.
Really trying to extend that back leg in the front stance. I really appreciate that the stances aren't short. They look like they're appropriate for her height.
Moving
And that's tough to do. Tough to do at this age because a lot of athletes are growing. And so they tend to do them the same size as when they first learned them. And then they're a whole foot taller and it looks a little bit on the short side. But she's actually made sure that her stances are lengthening as she's growing. That's great.
I also liked how Natalie transitioned and turned. She has a nice quick turn, stable, strong. Her punches were right on.
Yeah, her accuracy was very good.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm expecting a high score from Natalie here.
I agree. I think also her space allowed her to do those fantastic stances.
Right, where Glenda had those walls from to the right and the left, she's able to reach out and extend. The space actually invites her to do that. And look, the big score, 6.73.
That's impressive. That was nice. You see her technical?
Yeah, she got it up over 3, so very good.
I honestly don't even think I get a 3. Natalie has just beat me.
준비.
준비.
시작.
시작.
Nice. Well executed.
Yeah, really good patience on this 8 count. So this form is the first time athletes have a slow motion movement, and it's 8 counts all the way up, and they really have to be thinking to not rush it.
Her captains are evenly.
Oh, nice turn.
Yes. There was a slight rise in her punch when she got to left, but I don't think
Right.
that's going to affect her.
셔,
There was some,
네,
경례.
her front kick was nicely placed, and she started with a bang and she ended with a bang. So I
Yeah.
expect Natalie to perform well, or I'm sorry, score well. Yes,
Well,
she
the
went up.
referees are agreeing.
She went up.
Yeah, quite
Okay.
a nice little bump there on the second form rather than a drop, getting 6.77 and
Yeah.
now into first place for Natalie Emmerth.
Well done, Natalie. I would love to see her in. I would love to see her sidekicks.
Yeah, that's right. So no sidekicks, but plenty of challenges with Taegu Paul Jung for sure.
차렷, 경례, 차렷,
This is Sophia Kim from Virginia.
준비,
준비.
And she comes from ICTA's Taekwondo team, and I
시작.
believe that's led by
시작.
Master Polk Yang, who has been on the U.S. team multiple times. I can't even count.
And your pairs partner, right?
Yes, he was my pairs partner.
How did you do?
We did really well. We didn't do well at the World Championships, but just shit.
Real good reach.
Hello.
It's nice to see her
Hello.
feet coming up over her head from that rear view, those last few steps. That's kind
Sure.
of fun with the athletes
Sure.
can really reach up and show their foot while moving toward the rear.
Like my hamstring is feeling it.
So at the
cute.
beginning of COVID, when we had our online events, we saw a lot of athletes in their homes doing their competition videos. And now we have more than most now, the majority are doing them back at their club, which is really great to see. So she gets a 6.9 for her
Highest
first
score
Poomsae.
today in this
Yeah.
division.
Yeah, now currently the highest score with that first Poomsae.
차렷,
차렷.
준비,
준비.
시작.
시작.
Really good start on that first line. I'm always looking at the athletes' arms while they're doing that jump kick, see if they have them under control or if they're kind of flopping out to the side, or if the elbows are kind of like looking like wings, to the side.
I agree with you.
Look, good extension here on that back leg. Oh, good timing.
Yeah.
Gives herself plenty of time to finish the movement and then trying to connect to the next step. That's probably her
Hello.
next
Hello.
little adventure, is just making that finish go right into the next movement
Sure.
to get just a bit
Hello.
more flow. But my
Okay.
goodness, at this age, what a
Okay.
fantastic job.
That was really well done. Sophia did a nice job of shifting before she turned, and it really showed in the stability of her transitions, especially after the double front kick and into the punch, and when she went into her first single mountain block. That was a nice. Oh, look it.
Yeah, good job. Two very nice scores. So Natalie and she got the exact same score on the second form. But that first form made all the difference.
Yes.
So now Sophia Kim in first place with 6.8. Up next, we're going to have Kata Arian. Kata is from, am I off? This is Sophia Liu. Sorry, this is Sophia Liu from New York, East Taekwondo.
Yes, her coach is Coach Chen Chao Liu.
준비.
시작.
Oh, that front kick.
Oh,
It's nice.
oh, my goodness.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, can your body do that?
Oh, very nice. I wonder if she looks very solid. I'm wondering if she's almost a cadet here in age, or she'll be aging up soon.
Ah,
Very nice control. A little bend on that support leg of the front stance, but otherwise very strong performance.
yes. I think you got us on the first two moves.
Yeah. Wow. Nice high score, 6.83 for Sophia Liu.
Not as high as Sophia Kim.
Yeah, just under that.
Right.
That's
Harder for sort of tall, thin athletes to show more power. And this might be the case.
right.
준비.
So we'll see how she does with her second Poomsae here. My goodness, it's going to be close.
시작.
Yes.
A little bit more length on her front stance would help her appear and be a little bit more grounded.
And I think her upper body's leaned a little bit forward too, so maybe that has to do with the front stance.
Right. So a little bit more length will help her stand a little bit more upright. I think
Yes.
this might come down to power between these last two athletes. Both have really not. She has fantastic kick extension.
Yes.
This is definitely the Poomsae for her. Just continuing to add to the power.
Hello.
This is going to be tight between
Yes.
her and Sophia Kim. This will be interesting.
현이.
The battle of the Sophias right now.
Oh. After you brought up the front stance thing, I have to agree with you. That might have given her a little bit more. Oh, my. Well,
Yeah, 6.8, and that's just a scotch over what Sophia Kim got. So her total score, though, is going to be just under with 13.63. So Sophia Kim in first place, followed by Sophia Liu.
that was a
Wow, really close, coming down
Yes.
to hundredths of a point. So up next, we have Kata Arian.
and Kata's coach is Master Aileen Salzberg, and I haven't seen Aileen in a while.
So she's coming to us, Kata's coming to us from North Carolina.
시작.
I'm hearing Kata's uniform, and you can. I can't help but think that means that she's very powerful and moving very.
Yeah, she's got a lot of pop
Yeah.
that I'm hearing coming through that dough box. Sounds really fantastic. I think that's her real strong feature is her hand technique. Maybe lengthen out some of those stances.
She really excels in delivering her punch. Lots
Right.
of power and speed, and they liked it. The judges
Oh
liked
my,
it.
look at that, 7.04.
Well done,
Wow,
Ida.
high score.
You know what? If
Wow.
I could do that at that age, that would have been awesome.
Were you practicing at that age?
I believe I was. I started when I was 9, but
준비.
they're
시작.
Ada definitely has strength behind her movement, or I should say, power.
Right, hand technique, power.
Hmm.
That's her best asset right now. We'll want to keep that back leg extended nice and clean. Little lean forward on those.
Really has good speed of her blocks and her punches. She's doing very well.
저런. 그래.
And that is exactly how power is shown. It has to have strength and it has to have speed behind it. And Keita put those two together.
Right, she did obviously the best with that, the first Poomsae here. So she started off with a 7.04, and that was quite a jump from Sophia Kim's 6.9.
Ah. Wow.
Wow, she gets 6.83. So that's going to shake up things a little bit.
Yep. Keita in the lead.
Yeah, Keita now in the lead, just a bit. Look, these scores are getting pretty tight here at the top. And we have 3 athletes to go. The first of whom is Evelyn Chung. And Evelyn Chung is from Nevada. It's really great to see so many athletes from across the country.
Yes.
끝.
And
경례.
Evelyn comes from the Dongguri Poomsae team.
준비. 시작. 바로.
Evelyn has such a determined look about her.
샷.
Right, so good hand technique, speed and power, but also smooth at the same time. Not a lot of extra body movement, and that is a big deal, trying to take off each layer upon layer of that extra movement. So she can really dial in and highlight the hand technique.
준비.
And look at that score, 7.07, highest so far.
Yes.
And that
Very well done.
lack of extra movement is probably the difference here.
Yeah. She also had very good placement, like target. Wherever she blocked her punch, she targeted at the right places.
Yeah, agreed. Very good, clean targeting accuracy.
샷.
Blocked her. She really knows where she's supposed to put things. I like the extension on it. That's very nice.
Move this side a little bit better. Not any leaning.
You are so right about her lack of residual
On
movement.
this one.
When she stops, it's like the whole world stops.
바로.
Yeah, she's going to have
샷.
a very
차렷. 경례.
interesting and successful career ahead of her.
Right, she just moves what is necessary.
Yeah. if he continues on that path, Evelyn's gonna, she will be a force to be reckoned with. Oh, okay. The first 7 for Pajang in this division. And the first presentation of a 4. And Evelyn now holds the lead. Our next athlete is Mika Chai. Mika comes from Taekwondo Kids, and her coaches are Coach An Win, Hui Win, and Long Win. I do like those deep front stands.
하나. 저.
It's hard to not be distracted by how cute these guys look. But determined too. So she definitely had a look about her that she was here to do work and business. So that was very well done. Oh, wow. They definitely liked Mika. She has a total score of 7.3 with a technical of 3.27 and a presentation of 4.03. That is actually the highest presentation score of this division. And so far of this day, Mika is off to a great start.
시작.
She veered slightly to the left, but her power and her delivery is fantastic. And we have that speed. I do like that speed. Nice. Nice. I like the way Mika sort of lingers prior to delivering her block. It puts a very nice presentation to her form. And I am just loving those deep stands. Can we do those all day?
하나. 저. 차례. 네.
Okay, Mika, this is your moment to shine. I feel like the referees are going to definitely recognize. If she gets over a 6.8, oh my. And I was just going to say, if she gets over 6.8, she will be at the lead, and she is there with a 7.10, technical of a 3.1, and another presentation of 4.0. I have to say, Mika, your presentation was, I don't want to say off the charts, but it definitely has left an impression. Very well done. Our last competitor is Noelle An. And Noelle An comes from Dongguri, USA,
차렷 경례
with her coaches,
준비
Master Song Jae Lee.
시작. 박아
I heard a little drag in her feet.
Sure.
That shouldn't be an issue whatsoever. They trust the board to let her see it pretty constitution.
차렷, 준비. 차렷, 준비.
I keep getting impressed by these scores. These are just fabulous. She's got a 7.37. That's the highest score today in this division. 3.3, and then an accuracy of 4.07. Yeah, just I would hate to go against these girls.
Hey, I'm back with you, Twa. I have a little
Oh,
glitch,
hi.
and because
Hi,
we're live,
coach.
some of those glitches are gonna happen.
Yeah,
Sure.
Noelle has such a stability. When she came out of the double front kick, she just had accelerated steps. Those were
I
nice
see.
parallel feet.
Yeah, I see. While I was away, the scores got a bit higher. Wow, we're way up to 7.37. That's amazing.
Yes.
바로,
You know what I like about Noelle's performance is that
바로.
it's not just the blocks, the punches.
차렷, 경례. Sure.
Every movement that she performs has the same, I don't want to say intensity, but it had the sharpness in each of the movements. So I think that's what made her score so high on the first one. And then this one, I believe that her pajang should also be high, is that all of her movements are sharp altogether. It's not like one stands out above the other. Oh,
Cool. 7.27, another great score. And you're right, like having that consistency through every single movement is very difficult. We were looking at athletes this past week, and Noel gets a 7.27, of course, with that one, and a presentation over 4, which is great. And look at that, finishing in first place with 7.32, followed by Mika Chi, Evelyn Chung, Kata Arian, Sophia Kim, Sophia Liu, Natalie Emmerth, and Glenda Na all had really strong performances. But that consistency that we were just talking about from technique to technique is really important. We were looking for that at the talent ID camp, and we saw folks that had really strong pieces or moments, let's say in a form like choreo, where the elbow strike was really strong and it stood out from all the other ones. We say, yeah, now just do that with every single step, and then you'll have something there.
I wish that could be done for all of us.
Yeah.
If we could just turn a button and we can do that, like Noelle did, sign me up. Or if
Yeah.
you're saying it, I'd like to buy one.
You do that all the time, Twa. You
I
can't be a world champion and not have that ability. Come on now.
Well, I really felt like that division, and especially those last three athletes, definitely highlighted it much more than I think I do. They have like a speed about them. They just move so quickly and so cleanly. I don't think I think I have to move more mass.
Okay, here we are with the recognized youth male black belt division in our spectacular. Coming to you from USATKD with big help with Vastic helping us put on this event today in its live version. Past online tournaments, we haven't had the capacity or haven't had the ability to go live, but with Vastic's help, we were able to put on this great event. So we have live judging here and live commentary today. This is our first athlete here, Logan Silva.
And he comes from the Dongguan, with their coach is Poomsae Master Lee. I noticed Logan has a few up down movements.
Right, so I think this his hand technique is very advanced, and his stances maybe a little bit more attention there to just lengthening him out as he's growing. He's just going to need a little bit longer stances, and then maybe that'll cut out that up and down motion.
Point. Very nice.
6.37. Good score to start off with.
시작.
Logan has
His form's looking much stronger.
프로.
Right, real good control of those techniques, especially in the walking stance. He has really nice, really good hand speed, accuracy, and with good grounding underneath on those techniques with the walking stance. That's Logan Silva from California.
Yeah, Logan did execute those very well.
Right, so he got a 6.37, a little bit of jump with the second form here with a 6.43. Up next, we have Jaden Young from California.
And Jaden is coached by Justin Wang.
Right, Justin Wade from Southern California at Just Taekwondo.
차렷.
At Just Taekwondo.
준비. 시작.
I appreciate Logan's rhythm.
Right, very nice.
He's trying to I shouldn't say trying. He's altering the speed of his movements, which is notable. And I think I'm liking it. It's like the difference between watching like a good movie and a not very well done movie.
Really trying to finish strong. Really good punches. Little low on the knife hand block there. Yeah, both of those. Those might cost them a little 0.1 deduction, but in general, real nice finish on some of those techniques.
바로
I sure would like to see a day when we are looking
재료
mostly at presentation, as it should be, rather than stressing so much of the technical, because sometimes you have these great qualities that don't get a shine because technically the accuracy is off.
Right. So everybody's technique has really, or everybody's Poomsae has really great moments, right? We just need to string those together without any distraction, some technical issue. Oh, 6.84.
Yes.
Wow, big bump from that first score from Logan Silba. He got a 6.37, so we're almost half a point higher.
Yeah. It's that presentation of Jaden.
재료 준비 시작.
Okay. Did you feel that punch, Coach Brian?
What's that?
Did you feel that punch that he did?
Oh, yeah. Well, of course I did. I'm not that far away from him. I'm in Northern California, so I expect that.
Very nice.
바로
Cinematic, dramatic finish.
Really?
재료 kenny
Well, I'm gonna have to say it again. Jaden, that was a good movie you just did. That you just
Very
produced.
nice. Oh, wow. Even higher than the first, 6.96.
Okay. On Ijang, no less.
Right, and almost getting to a 4 on that presentation, so good job. Now Jaden Young into first place with a 6.9 and half point gap. Up next, we'll have Nick Jung from New York.
He comes from East Taekwondo. His coach is Chen Chao-Lee.
틀립 전이 준비 시작.
Good timing here. So maybe lengthen those stances out a bit. I really like to watch these kicks because you can see how vertical the athlete is. If they lean forward, if they lean back, if the support leg is bent, all of that on those front leg kicks are fun to watch.
And that is why Paja formed you really stick in here.
Yeah, it's so challenging to get those front leg kicks looking strong, especially right in front of the referees there, right up front and in center.
Yes.
So again, that was Nick Jang from East Taekwondo.
I think he scored pretty nicely on this accuracy.
And he gets a 6.33.
All right.
So good score.
Very
I think if we can make his stances open up a little bit to extend, he might see that accuracy score go a bit higher.
Ready?
I know there's a little freeze in the video right now.
So when we get back on and everything gets right up to speed, Nick Jung will be followed by Aryan Mitra, Choi Win, Kobe Fung, Jaden Kim, and Aiden Jacob Delakalong. And here we go.
Johnny. Salute. Johnny. 준비. 시작.
Wow, really good control, really good pace for Nick Jung in Taegukija.
Nice delivery.
Right, really nice delivery. So for him, it's just a matter of, I think, stance length, a little bit of the support leg bending every now and then. So if you can tighten those things up, probably see his score go a bit higher.
Yeah. I feel like Nick's upper body and lower body could work together better, but he's placing the movements in the right places.
So that's a good point. So explain what you mean. And he gets a 6.7. So explain what you mean by upper and lower body working together more.
When he would block, the blocks were great, but the stability of the legs, there was a slight movement in the legs. And I just feel that if that was all tightened up together, see that score high.
Got you. So up next we have Aryan Mitra from Pennsylvania.
차렷. 경례.
And his coach is Justin Mosey.
준비.
Justin.
Yep, competing out of Tiger Kick martial arts here. It's interesting. So this camera looks like it's at a bit of an angled up.
Yeah, right. I remember at the World Online, they were very specific how the camera was placed.
Right. We needed to use a level camera that was at our belt height, right?
Yeah. And it had to be
Because sometimes the kicks appear higher when you have it angled up. So some athletes like this kind of angle, but at the same time, it does throw off the eye, and it makes it look like the rear of the room is much higher than the part close to the camera. So we just need to be careful about that, and also to create an even playing field. I think it's easier on the eyes.
It could have also been a space issue.
A what? A space issue? Yeah, some people do it for space issue. I've also seen it done in reverse where it'll be opposite of this, where the backside of the dojang will look lower because people are coming up real high with the camera. He gets high score though, 6.97. That's great. So it does have to do with space to a large degree. And we tend to look like in international tournaments, we need to be 7 mats back, right, from the camera, or 7 mats back.
It's 7 or 8.
시작.
What did you say?
I think it's 7 or 8 mats. I don't remember right now.
So he has like a tatami style floor. It might just be hard to tell. This has a lot of power he's trying to put forth in the hand techniques.
바로.
Really good effort on the power for the hand technique. We just need to make sure that the shoulders do not go up and down as we do it. We have to keep our shoulders level, which is really hard because it seems like if we lift those shoulders and then throw the technique out there, we're going to be getting a lot more power.
He did a real nice job with moving through the form.
Yeah, the rhythm was good, the pace was good, and look at that score, 7.07. So well done, and the highest score so far.
So
Aryan Mitra moving into first place.
setting a new standard.
Right, I think the rhythm really helped him.
Mm-hmm.
Up next, we have Choi Win from California.
And I'm not certain of his club or his.
차례. 흥내.
That background is familiar, isn't that?
준비. 시작.
Good job here, nice extension, turning into this hand technique. Good length there. Just got to make sure that back leg doesn't dip at all as he's moving through it.
Give us a nice punctuation on the ends of his sentences.
바로.
Yeah, nice timing through the form. Good job for Choi Win.
Yeah,
Sure.
I would agree with you, Coach,
Taja.
that some of the lockouts on the stances could have been better, but he really.
I think sometimes as athletes, we're concentrating on one thing and then something in the background kind of slips a little bit, right? So maybe he was thinking about that slow 8 count, did a really good job on that. We just have to make sure that underneath that looks strong with the stance. So he gets a 6.73, also a very good score.
시작.
It's so hard to form for Young to make all the blocks at the same level, punches at the same. You can really see.
자. 차례. 흥내.
Yes, good job from Choi Win. He's able to really click in those middle blocks and punches toward the end, toward the middle and the end of the form. Really nice job. So let's see, Choi had a 6.73 in his first form. And for Taeguk Ijung, a 6.74. So a little bit higher. And that's going to put Choi into third place with a 6.735.
Nicely done, Troy.
Right, we have 2 athletes left. No, sorry, 3 athletes left in the division. Up next, we have Kobe Fung.
Kobe,
차렷 경례.
And Kobe Fung again from Duongale in California.
샷.
Good extension here, good posture. Oh, nice height front kick. Wow, look at that. Very good and easy to see in this form here from this profile position.
that's a nice beat.
Right, almost vertical kick on those.
바로.
It's an excellent performance from Kobe Fung. So he really differentiated himself from the field by having really good front kick control. And his stance is really nice and extended.
차렷.
Look at that big score, 7.27.
That's it. That's the highest one in this form.
Right. I think is that the highest score of the day so far? That was a really
샷.
big score.
You
Very good control here. Wow, and good rhythm. Good job. Now it's hard to get a super high score on a basic form like this, but let's see how he does.
샷.
well, I think
차렷
he
경례.
might do that. The force on those punches, I'm just really impressed by that.
Right.
such a
It's
good person.
good timing. He gives himself plenty of time to throw that punch and time it perfectly with his foot finishing. So very good job. And look at that. They said, sure, we'll go even higher. 7.37 for Kobe Fung, and now quite a gap for him at first place. So
That
he's
was
7.32, and then Arya Mitra was 7.0, so a nice big gap for him. Followed by Jaden Young from California in third place. Up next, we have Jaden Kim from Georgia.
his club is Kim's Taekwondo. His coach is Sunjin Kim.
차렷 경례 준비 시작
To say I was really when Kim managed athlete. He's always that was an excellent performance from Jaden.
바로 시작
Yeah, real sharp. We have a lot of athletes coming to us on the online tournaments from Team K out there in Georgia. So he has a lot of support, a lot of athletes in the junior and senior division to help him through some mentoring. So he's got a lot of help there, got a good score, 7.0. So in second after that performance, at least second in terms of everybody's first Poomsae performance in the division.
Very nice.
시작.
A little bit of a lean, but excellent power. And that is what makes Poomsae as difficult as it is. You have to sort of combine all of the skills together and be graceful about it.
차렷.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead and throw a lot of power. Now make it graceful. Now do it fast. Now do a slow motion piece. Yeah.
And it has to be balanced. Like this punch has to be the same as this one. This kick has to be the same.
Right.
It's left and right. And most athletes in most sports, they get a predominant side. They get to be left-handers or right-handers. But Poomsae athletes, they have to be, ooh, okay. That's a good score.
Yeah, 7.14. That's up. So that should put him into second place.
Jaden did a good job.
Yep. So starting off here with Kobe Fung in first, followed by Jaden Kim, Aryan Mitra, Jaden Young, Choi Win, Nick Jung, and then Logan Silva. And now our final competitor in the division, Aiden Jacob Dekalongan from Illinois.
차렷. finish. 준비. 시작.
Wow. Great front kick. Look at that. Nice control. Good speed.
I am liking his speed very much. He doesn't look and I'm really liking his I'm going to take consideration from this.
He has really great posture as he's going through, and what a fantastic home training space he has. So it looks like he has about 5x5 space to work in, 5 mats by 5. So that's pretty good space for somebody of his size.
자,
Right up to the wall.
준비.
Oh, that is a very nice score.
Wow, big score, 7.37.
Okay.
So that ties up with Kobe's second Poomsae. So let's see if Aiden can get higher than a 7.27 on his second form. He'll be into first place.
시작.
That's it.
바로. 샷. 자, finish.
I have a very good feeling that he will be rewarded with a very nice score.
Yes. So it's Aiden Jacob Dekalongan finishing up for us in this recognized youth male black belt division. Oh, look at that. The
Okay.
highest score,
Now that's the
7.57.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's the highest of the day so far, right?
Yes, it is.
7.57 for Aiden. He's now finishes there in first place, followed by Kobe Fung, Jaden Kim, Aryan Mitra, Jaden Young, Choi Wen, Nick Jang, and Logan Silva. Good job to all of our athletes in this recognized youth male black belt division. Wow, who knew our spooktacular was going to be full of such great athletes?
I'm telling you that this Aiden, he's going to be the next Terminator. You just wait.
You're the first Twa. You're the first Terminator.
Thank you. But that kid, I feel like you could have wound him up or taken his battery out. I mean, he really was so
Yeah,
precise.
yeah, it was automatic, like boom, boom, boom. Really great. Okay, here we are with the recognized cadet female black belt division.
차렷.
Our
네.
first athlete is Anna Cheng from California. She
네.
trains at Eagles Taekwondo with her coach, Jung Jin.
시작.
Ooh, nice strong finish. So she has a very good front kick posture,
바로.
but very strong and controlled with her front kick. So we have to make sure the
Sure.
round kick now passes the center line. We talked about this a little bit yesterday in day one of our competition in the Spooktacular. We have to make sure that it breaks that plane of the center line, and some athletes still doing it just barely hitting that line, and we have to make sure that we're going all the way through it. So Anna Cheng had a very strong performance in her first round here. Or I should say first Poomsae of the final round. We have 8 athletes here. On deck, we have Jinseo Park, followed by Prisha Shermali, Lior Aldiosa, and Callisto de Guzman.
출전.
So she has a good start with 6.93. So the order that we're going in, of course, is reverse order from the semifinal round. So because Anna came in 8th in the semifinal round, she's going first here.
준비. 시작.
She's got nice posture here through this top line. Early in the form, a little wide on the front stances, and the feet kind of coming a little bit in and out, knees almost touching on those double blocks coming forward. But really good top line posture, real strong finish on that last line. Well, Taegu Chojang's full of these little complex movements, so it's hard to tell what the judges are thinking exactly on those little nuanced movements on that top line. So Anna Cheng following up her 6.93 with a 7.07. So finishing there with a 7.0. And now up Jinseo Park from Georgia. Coming to us from Poomsae Taekwondo.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작.
Wow, her feature techniques are really her extension on her kicks, really able to push up. And also her timing. She's able to give herself plenty of time, not rush through the technique. Now, athletes had plenty of time to record. So maybe as she's just got warmer and warmer, she felt more and more comfortable and able to give herself plenty of time to finish everything. Looks really strong. It's Jinseo Park from Kim's K Taekwondo. And off to a good start, 7.16 for her first form.
차렷. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시작. 차렷.
Good, and I think her second performance, strong. Maybe able to get a higher score here. And it's kind of fun to watch the scores come in this live version. Our first live online Poomsae tournament that we've been able to do with the USAT. We've had quite a few online tournaments, starting off with I think the Summer of Poomsae last year. We also had a tournament last fall, and then our US Open. So we have quite a bit of experience now and able to go into our live version of this. So Jinseo Park getting a 7.2 from Chiljung, following up her 7.16. So it's a nice boost of a score. Anna Chang was able to do the same thing, able to get a higher score on the second form. So Jinseo Park now in first place with a 7.18. Up next, we have Prisha Sharmali from New Jersey. And she trains at ATMA with her coach, Giru Gun.
준비. 시작.
Oh, really nice front kick start. Well, she has very good control going through. Plenty of time for her to really set everything out just like she likes it. Yes, so very good control throughout the form. I think if anything, maybe just a little boost of power for the punches might move her score up a little bit in the future. That's Prisha Sharmali from ATMA. Really fantastic kicking control. I imagine the score is going to be coming in pretty high.
출전.
Yes, and a 7.4 for Prisha. It's significantly higher than any other athlete so far.
시작.
Good extension there, especially on the left side. Good, very nice accuracy on her stance technique in terms of the distance between her feet on the front stances and the horse stances, sometimes leaning a little bit forward,
차렷.
but that's pretty
Gunny.
minor. So she got a 7.4 on her first Poomsae. Wow, look at that, big 7.5. So now into first place for Prisha Sharmali, and with a nice little gap too. So she's at 7.45, followed by Jinseo Park and Anna Chang. We still have 5 athletes to go. The first is Leora Aldiosa from South Carolina. It's fun to see Leora here in her home training space. A lot of our athletes, especially during COVID, have been able to put together nice little spaces for them to train. Really high kicks there. And good control on the round kick. Very strong performance from Leora. Nice kick height throughout each of the front kicks and the round kicks. A little bent support leg on one of them, and the front stance sometimes a little bit on the short side. So she looks pretty tall, and maybe needs to just extend out that front stance a bit more. And she's going to get a nice high score though here. Yeah, 7.4. So that's the same score that Prisha received for that form. So she'll need higher than a 7.5 to move into first place.
Coach Brad, this is a very determined.
Yeah, Leora's off to a really great start. She had a really high score, tied up with Prisha after the first Poomsae. So seeing if she can get higher than a 7.5. A little bit of leaning there on that short front stance.
Nice utilization of the space available.
Right, it's really great that she has that space available. Not everybody has that nice, huge space at their home to be able to do that, but that's fantastic that she does.
And
So
clean.
she got a 7.4 for her first Poomsae, and she needs higher than a 7.5 to move into first place.
Oh,
Oh, look at that, 7.54. They really enjoyed that Poomsae.
well, Leora had such a strong, sharp movement. Mm.
And look at that, with a little bit of a gap there over Prisha, now in the first place. Followed again, like I said, by Prisha, then Jinseo Park and Anna Chang. Up next, we have Callista de Guzman.
Oh, Callista. She
So
comes
that's
from.
차렷.
so it's not Denmark,
Gunny.
that's Delaware, right? All of our
Me.
athletes for this tournament are from US.
시작.
It looks like Callista trains at ATMA in New Jersey.
Oh, did you see the alignment of that?
Yeah, really beautiful.
She gets well into those now.
Really trying to push. A little lean back and head tilt on that front kick that can be easily fixed.
바로 쉬어. 퇴장.
She's so stable. I feel like she could be any form that she takes from be very successful.
출전.
Ooh, and 7.43 for Callista. Now that's the highest score so far
Wow.
on that first form.
I feel like the next one is going to impress us again.
Yes, if so, she'll be in the first place, of course, but we just don't know. So we had Prisha with a 7.5, Leora with a 7.54, so it's pretty tight. She's going to have to do some work to get into first place.
준비. 시작.
From many people who feel that they are very capable to perform well. This is going to be tight.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's tense here, waiting to see what the score is going to be.
쉬어. 차렷. 교내.
Feel my heart rate going up, just waiting to see what this is going to be.
What does she have to score to above a 7.5?
Well, so she's at 7.33 right here. Don't believe that's going to be enough. She had to be above, yeah, so here she is into third place now. So 7.47, Leora still in the lead over Prisha at 7.45 and Callista at 7.38. So up next we have Lana Moraleda from California.
And Lana comes from the Dongari USA club.
Right, coached by Sangjae Lee.
경례. 준비. 시작.
Nice.
Just looks so long and tall.
Yes. This was very well.
Wow, really nice finish, nice and calm, plenty of volume.
바로
She really utilizes her breath well, removing
시작.
holding. To make the movement I do. Athletes are so focused. They really are. Oh,
Yeah, these
nice
athletes are young. Yeah, look at that score. They're young. They have but they have tons of experience. And look at that score, 7.66.
Wow. Okay, well,
That is a huge score. And we still have 2 athletes to go following Lana. We still have Juliana Candelaria and Michaela Zhang. And all 3 of these athletes, well, actually, every athlete in this division has a lot of experience, both with online events and in-person events.
준비.
Some of these athletes even went, it was after the fact of after the recording and all, but they went to our talent ID camp this past weekend in Colorado Springs, where we were looking for athletes that would do well in our academy. So really athletes that have a strong potential for good results on an international stage.
I hope she scored well with that talent event because she's stronger.
Yeah, very strong.
Her opening move was well executed. For those
바로
captains to come off as being strong is very difficult, and she
시작.
kept it as
제
form.
경례.
I'm feeling very positive about her being able to achieve a good high score.
Yeah, and you mentioned that she started off with a good first movement, and that kind of sets a tone for everything else. We got to start right with the rhythm, right with the right power, the right stance right off the bat to kind of set us up for every other movement. So starting off like that is not just a signal to the athlete themselves, but to the referees. And wow, look at this, 7.6, another strong score from Lana Moraleda.
I like that numbers, all of those numbers.
Wow, good presentation score. So 7.63, and now pretty good sized gap over Leora Aldiosa. Up next, we have Juliana Candelaria from Illinois.
And Juliana comes from Apex Tigers Martial Arts Taekwondo.
Usually for the online events, Juliana has been competing in this space here at her home and really had really great success, good results. So this probably feels very comfortable for her. Really good timing. Wow. Front kicks, just really nice. Like that chamber all the way like flat, her thigh even with her chest right up next to it.
Oh.
So see how close that is to her body? Wow, just straight up and down.
I thought she could kick someone behind her.
바로.
She packs a punch.
Right. Do you think it's strong though, or stronger than the 7.66? Because that's what Lana received for her first form.
I know, and I'm tossing that in my head right now. I'd be interested to see what the referees felt about it.
What a great home setup though, right? I mean, to have your family move all the furniture out so you can lay that mat down. What a supportive family.
I'm like, oh, okay. Well,
And
I
it was
think
worth
we
it.
did.
7.7. Wow. Fantastic.
It's the fireplace. It's the setting. It sets to the present.
절약. 준비.
Hence the issues with online glitches.
Right. Well, we get a nice long look at that preset.
Very nice. You know what I like about her preset there? I like where her head and her chest is moving. Sometimes people keep their chest in the wrong direction, like they turn their head before the body has caught up, and that will
Oh yeah, you
affect
can see those together, right. I like to see a little more bend in that arm though, instead of straight out.
Yeah.
That's just like style though, right? Do you have a long preset like that where your arm is straight, or do you bend yours a little bit?
Well, I unfortunately have a long one, but it isn't because I want it. Someone gave it to me, and I'm trying to get rid of it.
They gave it to you like a virus.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh, good. She gets to restart the video. The very first stance in this move, in this form, is so important.
It really is, because then you're dictating what height you're going to be at, right? So that low stance, and then now every other stance has to be the same height. So even these back stances have to be the same height, and then going into here, this Poomsae, same height. So you really have to select well, or you might be off balance throughout the whole form.
That's
Really nice presentation from Juliana there. You know, everything kind of helps too, because she's in a great space with great lighting, with great mats, so it works out. Plus, you can see on the fireplace her family supporting her in that painting there on the left-hand side of the frame.
You bring up a good point about the lighting. That does play a huge role for online videoing, because you have to be able to see all the movements with clarity. You need light. You need light.
Right, this past weekend when we were in Colorado, some of the US team members had to record their, big score, 7.63
Oh,
for the second form, and now
oh,
in first place for Juliana Candelaria. So
well
look
done.
at that score, 7.665, followed by Lana Moraleda and Lior Aldiosa in third. Yes, we had some of our athletes that needed to record really quick for our online WT event. And so it was a matter of like chasing down the right lighting on the right mats. But it's nice that these athletes have it right there in their home space. Up next, we have from California, Michaela Zhang.
And she is represented by Eagle Taekwondo.
Right, she changed with her coach there, Jung Jin. Nice speed and extension. Wow, both speed and extension, not easy for this age group, right? Because that takes a lot of experience and a lot of determination to be working on that.
And control.
Right, I think the fastest kicks that we've seen so far.
Those are nice punches.
We'll see if that pays off. You know, a lot of times students move or athletes move very, very quick, but then they lose their balance, or, you know, the accuracy is a little bit off. But she did a fantastic job with that Poomsae, being able to do well in both of those areas.
Agreed. You're right about the speed. If they let it get out of control, it'll throw you.
Yeah. Have you ever done that in a in-person competition? You're like, I'm going to really turn it up. And then you're like, uh-oh.
I have.
Like, uh-oh, on the recovery. 7.6. So, wow. Okay. So she's going to need to level up here on the second form. She had a 7.6, which was what Lana received for her second form. So she needs to get a 7.66 or higher to get into second place, I think. And again with that kick speed. Zowie.
But yes, the downfall of being fast is that you have to control everything else.
Yeah, afterwards, right? All the recovery afterwards. It's a gamble. Wow, really nice locking in on that back leg of that front stance. Sometimes we see that kind of like sag a little bit, or maybe it's a little too short, but really good accuracy there.
Yeah. There was a bit of a lean on the first horse stance, and I don't think it's going to affect her, because then she recovered for the other ones. I will say, she definitely knows how to control her form.
Right. So that's Michaela Zhang from Eagle Taekwondo in Southern California. She had a pretty good score for that first one. And gets the same score, 7.6.
All right. Well, you don't, I take that.
That's going to move her into third place, I believe.
This has been a tough division.
Right. Every athlete is a very strong athlete in this division. Juliana Candelaria, though, taking it in first place, followed by Lana Moraleda and Michaela Zhang. Diora Aldiosa coming in next, followed by Prisha Sharmali. So we're going to move on to the next division, the recognized cadet male division, in just a moment.
Those female cadets, when you talked about as you're growing and not being able to control movements or power or stances, that's what makes this division so challenging. From the time they enter it until they are at the end of their division, they would have grown and changed so much. And then for them to sort of manage their Poomsae with that is difficult. And the way these girls have done it, it you can tell that they've worked at it.
For a long time. And the thing is, they haven't even really been on Earth that long, right? These guys are 12 to 14 years old. The first few years they were alive, they didn't really know what was going on. They're just chasing things around their diapers. So, it's just been, less than 10 years for most of them, and they put a lot of effort into it in the amount of time that they've been in Taekwondo. And luckily, they have great coaching. So a lot of them don't have the bad habits. This is like an issue for master athletes, right? Like when they first learned the technique, it was done a whole completely different way.
Yes.
Now, most of these athletes have been training since our first world championship, since 2006. So they've been, let's see,
They basically have been taught
15 years. So yeah, so they've all been like in the action when we've had like new standards, good coaching, all that kind of stuff. So they haven't had any poor habits that they've had to rid themselves of.
And I think you bring up a good point that just as the athletes are evolving, so is the coaching. And these young athletes get to bank on these great coaching evolutions.
Right.
We're seeing people better now.
Right. Coaches have put a lot of time and energy and effort into traveling and getting up on all the new standards. And not just that, all the new tweaks of all those new standards, all the little modifications to those standards.
Right. And that is what makes makes or breaks an athlete is
Right.
changing those
Getting
standards.
clean information. I mean, you really need three things, right, to do well as an athlete. You need to have a great support system. You need to have great coaching, and you need to have inner motivation. So it looks like these athletes have all three.
Yeah. And that coaching could not be minimized. There are
No.
many, you mentioned Masters Division. As adults, we don't usually get the privilege of having a coach as often as the cadets and the youth. But you have to have another eye on the prize.
Right. That's because most of the master athletes are doing all the coaching of their athletes and don't have a set of eyes on them.
Right. We need another, like, put a couple of eyes on the back of my head.
Well, or in the front, right? That's why we use cameras so much.
Yes.
And that's why our academy is going to be so important to give these master athletes an opportunity to train amongst themselves. And then with really great coaching at our talent ID, we had 5 great coaches there, 5, international level caliber coaching, along with 2 assistant coaches there. And the masters were really communicating that they enjoyed all of that support.
I would say that is the greatest thing about being on the U.S. team is the access to those fantastic coaches, and for you guys to do these programs where any athlete can access them. I mean, that's going to give people a head start. Amazing! It's a great concept, and I really hope people feel it as they perform.
Right, and at our talent ID camp and at future academies, we'll have Stephen Lambden and Tim Thackeray on board for our flexibility and mobility sessions. So that went a long way in helping athletes understand how they need to warm up their body, how they need to understand range of motions in all the joints and what their muscles do at any particular time and movements to really help them be more injury free.
Yeah, I agree with you. The ultimate question is what comes first? Is it flexibility or mobility? And I know my coach, Coach Bob Mays, would say mobility because you
For
have
sure.
to move before your muscles can stretch
Right.
or extend. And that
100%. Yeah.
and that also means that they also have to be strong enough to extend. So I am so glad that you guys are going to have those additional coaches for the upcoming sessions. That's going to
Right.
be cool.
Yeah, our academy that we're going to have prior to the World Championship will have our, all of our US team members and those athletes that get selected through our talent ID camp. And we'll have also some presentations and work around mental preparation for tournaments, because that's a huge part, right? I mean, we talk about mobility and flexibility being so important just to be able to do the Poomsae, but to be able to perform the Poomsae under pressure, we
Shut
need
up.
to have all that
Can I-
mental preparation work.
Absolutely.
준비.
So we're off and running with our cadet male black belt division in our Spooktacular event. This is Waijing Ong from New Jersey training with Apex Tiger Martial Arts under Gita Gun.
Why hit the ceiling on that kick?
Really? So we're off to a really good start with Waijing Ong. We have 8 athletes in this division, all of whom we've seen in prior online
Oh.
and, of course, in-person events. So these athletes, too, just like the female
시작.
cadet division,
대장.
they have a lot of experience.
Why she can have a little breath of relief. She's going to court getting cardio out of the way. Easy next one.
출전.
Oh, a 6.84 on his total score, a 2.97 on the technical, and a 3.97 on the presentation. That is a good that he is off and running.
Yeah, we're off to a good start, but also gives, the judges some room to go both up and down as we see the athletes perform.
시작.
Good power on the punches.
I was gonna. He seems like he pulled it from his abdomen, as you should.
Yeah. Sharp, nice sharp hand technique.
Yeah.
Good job from Waijing Ong,
바로.
Apex Tiger Martial Arts.
I was just gonna say that
Sure.
I think that Wajin
차렷.
you need to
교내.
appreciate the hard effort and work that goes into all the training that he has done for this event.
Yeah, all that training paying off today.
Right,
So
that
he got
first score.
6.84 for his first form,
Right.
and now waiting for the judges' scores to roll in. This is a fun.
Oh, Good.
Good job. Nice bump. 7.03.
Yes, very nice.
So finishing up with a 6.935. Up next, we have Andrew Lee from Florida.
Is that I think he comes from American.
Oh, yeah, American Tiger Martial Arts. We had a couple
That's
athletes
it.
yesterday from the same club.
준비.
Coach Lim.
시작.
Oh, this is my team's.
Yes, I was waiting for you to recognize your own teammate's setting.
Kathy, and I know this athlete. I
Oh,
have seen him in person.
at probably, was it at the national championships?
It was, and he has a sister. They make a very good pairs. Partner.
Yes, I remember you working with some of her athletes, Kathy Doe's athletes, Kathy Doe, otherwise known as the Killer.
We call her a dragon.
Oh, she just kills those Poomsae.
I would say that Kathy would have been very pleased with his
Yeah, good start for Angelique.
this particular division for the males is tough because they're all going to be strong, they're all going to be fast, they're all going to be stable. You just need to rise up to those challenges. This is something that Andrew and Coach Kathy have been working on.
Yeah, you're right. All the athletes are strong. So how do you distinguish yourself, right? What do you really want to highlight? Do you want to highlight your high control kicking technique? Do you want to highlight your power? Do you want to highlight like just the clean, crisp value of everything? So you get to 7.1, nice score. So ideally you can highlight all of that, right? If you're, really strong player.
Yes, perfect storm. That was well executed for Andrew.
Yeah, 7.1. It's a good score.
시작.
Nice level.
Yeah, knee tipping in a little bit on the front stances coming forward, so that's an easy fix. Trying for good extension. He has that shoulder drop movement. You put that in there still after you finish this little piece right there.
But he's finishing very. And hence, this is the outcome of great coaching. I believe that Andrew is a developing athlete. This might be his first competition.
Right. I don't think he's been competing for years and years, so I think he's really looking strong here.
Yes, for him to come out with a score of 7 at his first form, 7.1. That's I'd be happy. I do though remember the days when I wasn't even breaking a 5.
No, you don't. That's not true. 6.73 for that second form. A little bit more stability is going to be required for him on that form. That's a tougher one for sure. So, but look how close. Wai Jingong with 6.935 and Andrew Lee 6.915 just behind him. Up next, we have Samuel Bay from Alabama.
His school is JYT USA, and his coach is Dr. Senggok Jung. Sorry.
Good job, Toa.
준비.
Oh,
시작.
nice position on the first side kick.
Very nice.
Wow, look at that. Pretty even. That's what's hard, right? Being symmetrical on right and left kicks, same height.
Everything has to be in one line, everywhere. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Wow, nice foot position.
I mean, he reminds me of those athletes from China who have all these itty bitty athletes that just all kick vertically. They just keep their legs raised.
Right, without hardly any movement at all, right? Just like from a dead stop.
Right. So Samuel has very good foundation, base. I don't know what it is,
Right,
but
gives you, yeah, like just awareness, body awareness and control. Able to do a lot with a minimum of effort. That's what we like, right? Economy of effort. Don't do any more than you need to do.
and it was really well demonstrated by him keeping his head still on his movements. That really can affect the rest of your movement. He did well.
And gets a nice score, 7.1, which is the same as Andrew Lee.
Oh, this well. I really think these are two great forms to go back to back on, Koryo and Tegu Pajang. One highlights a lot of side kicks, the next highlights a lot of front kicks.
Yeah, and a lot of balance, right? The Poljong, a lot of balance work off of that front leg.
Goodness. They can pull these two forms off. That's nice. And that is actually something that I've been focusing on as of late, is just trying to keep my head still. So Samuel, I got to ask him how he did it.
How's that going? Because you have like 20 pounds of hair on your head.
Okay, it's like not 20, it might be like 15.
And you have to balance all this stuff straight up on your head. Looks like, I don't know. How you been doing that? Has it been going well?
Actually, I ended up cutting my hair, so it actually might end up better now.
That's awesome.
I like that. I like Samuel's dramatic
Yeah,
I don't want pauses, but they accent very well.
patient too. Very patient with it, not rushing anything.
Yes.
I wonder how many runs it took him to get here, like, feeling really clean and strong. Like if this is his first run, that's pretty remarkable.
Oh, cadets can do like 100, and you couldn't tell one from the other.
That's true. That's troubling too, like when you have to look at all the recordings and you have 100 recordings there. It's like, which one's better?
Oh.
You almost wish you just did one.
Well, that's why you gotta use another set of eyes, because at some point you just give up.
So Samuel Bay got a 7.1 for his first Poomsae. Let's see how he does on the second. Judges' scores coming in now.
Nice. He got a 7.
1-7. So that puts him into first place.
Nice.
Right. So Samuel Bay's in first, followed by Wai-Jing Ong and Andrew Lee. It's great. Look at all these different states that are represented through our cadet division. It's fun. So up next we have Caden Ho from Colorado.
Oh, and he also is a Donguri USA with Coach Lee as his trainer. See, now that's a good garage.
Wow. Or is that a basement?
That's a good question.
Oh, it can be basement. That's just training space, right? We're acting like we know what basements are. Twa. West Coast, we don't have too many of those. Wow, good. He's very intense,
He is.
very
He is.
purposeful.
I was gonna say something like that too. He just
Now here, a little bit more relaxed, right? So if he just had the same relaxation value through the whole Poomsae, I think that would have helped him. Just needs to make sure he's following his breath. Almost looked like at the beginning he might have been holding his breath a little bit.
and that is also why there was an athlete earlier today which I felt was doing a very nice job of controlling both their breathing with their movements. And I know that that's also a hard thing to concentrate on. There's just so many things going on.
There it is.
차렷. 준비.
Wow, great score. 7.24 for Caden Ho.
Nice. And I believe that sort of intensity of glare helped him in his presentation.
His glare.
Like I would not have wanted to be.
That really steely expression.
Yes.
시작.
Very nice and level.
Wow, again, really good control.
Yes. I think the way he stabilized his center body, it allows his movements to really sort of fly.
So I think if I was him, I would have picked this run too. But
Yeah.
for a lot of athletes, it's really hard for them to end up on their mark on Paul Jung. What's his secret, Twa?
Honestly, I think it's that jump. You know, the jumping front kick at the end.
Oh, you cheat on the jump and jump over?
No, actually, I'm saying that I think that's where most people fail, is they move on that jump.
Oh, they move to the side on the
Right.
jump.
Either side or slightly forward or backwards.
Hmm.
706.
Well, now look, Caden Ho in the first place.
Yeah, he takes the lead.
Yeah, followed by Samuel Bay, Weijing Ong, and Andrew Lee. Up next, we have Ryan Citron from Virginia.
Coached by Christina Citron.
차렷. 짱해.
Okay, now this is a basement.
Yeah, Miyako and I really love this space because it's so tight. Look, it's just 3 by 5 mats. And going to the side is always challenging because both he and his father compete in this space, and both of them are so tall.
Oh,
So it really encourages them to be very, very accurate. So like that, for example, where you're like almost going to step off the mat. And then this little section here, like how is he going to get this kick in, right?
okay, so yeah.
And he does, but in that case, he had to shorten up that stance a little bit. So this barely fits him. Like if they do one more competition and he grows, they're really going to have to move that ping pong table out and put another mat up top, I think.
I start with getting rid of that pillar, but I know you can't.
That's what I was saying yesterday with Miyako. That might be weight bearing. They might have to do something with a huge beam above there. But yeah, that's what I do. Just knock that out. The ceiling might cave in, but what the heck?
But it would make his Poomsae so much better.
No, it would temporarily until things start to shift. Wow, big score, 7.23 for Ryan.
Sure. Jimmy.
I do think that you're right that that space makes him movement technical.
Yeah, it really does make you think about your stance length and all. And he's going to, not have such an issue here with Paul Jung unless he steps over pretty long here, then he's going to be off that mat. But no, see, he's got it dialed in. I do think his stances could be a little bit longer for him and they look a little wide right now in that line.
But his legs are honestly longer than his whole body, like double the length of his body.
Right.
So that was a good.
So lucky. Good speed there. Okay, so he was just a bit behind Caden Ho, who had a 7.24 in the first Poomsae, and Ryan had 7.23. So it's going to be really, really close.
Yeah,
The accuracy score is really going to come into play, I think.
I agree. I agree. Oh,
Yeah, he got dinged probably a few times
yeah,
on some of that stance work. So he gets a 7.0, but now into second place.
very nice.
So yeah, great finish. So Caden Ho still on top, followed by Ryan Sitaram, Samuel Bay, Wai Jingong, and Andrew Lee. Up next, we're going to have Cody 2. Cody 2 is from California.
And that's the KS Cho Taekwondo Center, coached by Daniel Cho.
차렷 경례 준비
Wow, really nice. Sharp double side kick.
Yes.
Boom. And even a retraction between those two kicks. Some athletes swing those up, right?
Yeah.
Good extension. I like a little bit more chamber and a
Me
little bit more retraction, but really good extension.
He does a very nice job at the end there.
Yeah, really nice finish.
Yeah, with those front stands, all the things of choreo being those front stands, everyone has a tendency to vary that width a little bit, so it's more of a sway rather than like a straight shot. And he really did a nice job of keeping that straight and keeping all that force moving forward. I think we're going to see that in the scores. I mean, you just cannot underestimate the value of a stance.
I know. And, we talked a lot about that this last week at Talent ID, but it seems like we're always talking about working with any level of student or athlete. Like we have to have that strong foundation so that we can build on top of it. We can't really highlight our hand technique if underneath the stance is the wrong size. And it just throws everything off, right? Distracts the eye if you're being scored, or if you're just doing it on your own, it just affects your balance.
Yes.
So we got to start from the bottom up. He gets a good score, 7.27. So that is the highest score so far for choreo.
It's so funny in this division, you really go from all types of the athlete before being much taller and him being
Right, that's the nature of this cadet division. Some of them just getting there at 12 years old and not maybe hitting a growth spurt yet, and those guys exiting out almost at 14, and they've been growing for a bit of time. So he tends to have like both ends of the continuum, really a smaller player and then really lanky players.
I like that Cody is able and willing to allow that fence to go and then bring it back. It's a lot of good control.
Yeah, he has a good understanding of how far out to extend, when to finish, how long to finish. So he has a good understanding of the Poomsae.
He had the guts to go long in Taegu Pajang after that front kick and then coming back. He's like, I'm gonna go for it.
True act of courage, right? So for that first Poomsae and second Poomsae, same score, 7.27. So now it's the first place.
Yes. No glory without guts.
Yeah, on top of the leaderboard, right above Katie Ho, Ryan Sitram, Samuel Bay, Wajing Ong, and Andrew Lee. So all strong performances so far. And with online, we would expect all strong performances, right? They're picking their best Poomsae and maybe had a few days to do some extra practice on them. This is Preston Park from New York.
He comes from Preston Taekwondo USA. His coach is
Really good second kick. The first kick, I didn't quite see a full kick there. And it looked like it was more directed toward the ankle height. So I'm not really sure how the referees will take a look at that. But moving through here with now good speed and power.
He's moving his hands very nicely. I like the energy that it's creating.
Yeah, he did the same in the semifinal round. Really good, clean power.
If you had sleeping before, this performance would have woken you up. Because he definitely came out swinging.
Yeah, speed and power. So how do you do the first two kicks, Twa? Do you make sure you have two clear kicks, one at the knee and one, shooting for the moon?
Not too more out for but it's not a lockout. You kind of do that. And kick. Oh, okay. We like 7.3.
Oh, good score, 7.3.
Yeah.
So in the highest score, we would expect a high score since we're going in reverse order from the athlete who finished in 8th place going first today, and those, placing higher going at the end here. Good speed, good power off that first line. Only thing, a little bit more arm control necessary during that jump kick so that the arms don't swing about.
Yes, I know.
A little bit of leaning here.
This one is not nice.
Same thing there. A little bit of leaning on the front kick. So his strongest assets are his speed and power with the hand technique.
He's got great energy.
Yep. And consistent throughout the whole form.
Yeah.
So he always stays with his rhythm.
Yeah. And that's where sometimes presentation is going to override technical.
Right.
I mean, he may have some technical spots, but if his presentation with that speed and that energy and that power, that's going to give his
Yeah, that's
score.
going to carry him a long way. That's a really good point. Sometimes the referees will they'll ding a bit for the technical stuff, but then if that presentation is looking strong, look at that, he gets a 4.13.
That's it.
His
That's what
presentation, that's a perfect example of that. So he's going to be now into first place.
that was nicely rewarded. I did
Yeah,
like.
it was rewarded. And look, he does have a bit of a gap over the rest. So Cody 2 now in second place, followed by Caden Ho and Ryan Sitaram. And our last athlete here, Enoch Choi from Connecticut.
Enoch comes from world champion taekwondo, and his master is Gunsu Kim.
차렷. 경례.
Do you wish sometimes that the final round was random?
I do and I don't.
When you're in first out of the semifinals, you don't.
Yeah, if you're the athlete, you don't. As a judge, I think it makes it very nice to have it.
It's hard to move out of that order in the final round.
Yeah. I think Enoch is doing a fantastic job.
That left side kick up here, up top on that top line was really strong.
Yes.
And I know why he picked this run because that looked really good. The right one was not as strong, but he didn't have like any trouble recovering it.
Yeah.
So overall, like really grounded performance.
I agree. The groundedness comes from his talks out his stances, and he synchronizes it with hand movements.
Right, and I don't know if KJ Hawes working with him out there in Connecticut, but I see some of his influence there with really trying to be grounded, which is something KJ's been able to do over time, is really get himself a little bit more rooted and able to show the hand technique stronger because of that.
Yeah. And then the other good thing that he was able to do is he really showed us, I call it range of motion, but he really did make his, good. The volume of his movement was great.
Yeah, the volume, 7.6 had really high volume.
Yeah.
He's able to do that because he is grounded.
Yes.
He's able to take his time on his hand technique. That's a huge score.
Yes, it is. And well deserved. He was so solid. I expect his Pajang to demonstrate that even more so.
차렷. 준비.
I hope so.
This guy could be a statue.
시작.
Stable, right. A little loosey on one of those front stands, a little wide, the other one a little narrow. So let's see if he can make these look really strong here. He looks like he's in the junior division, huh?
Yes. Yeah. Nice.
So going from the cadet to the junior division, those junior athletes are able to, on that front leg front kick, able to stay really upright and kick almost vertical in the male division. And so these guys are still working on their strength to do that. They're almost there. They're like 90% there.
경례.
Well, that was nice of it, a performance that I have seen in this division.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's Enoch Choi from Connecticut. And it's so fun to see these athletes from all over the country. You know, in our early days, right, the World Championship came about in 2006, around that time, most of the athletes were either on the East Coast or West Coast. But now we see it spread through the U.S., and that's just fantastic. Look at all these different states here that we have represented.
That's cool.
So Enoch Choi is going to finish in first place with a 7.585, followed by Preston Park, Cody 2, Katie Ho, Ryan Sitaram, Samuel Bay, Weijing Ong, and Andrew Lee. Congratulations to all because every single one of them had a great performance.
Very nicely done, everyone in the division. And a great congratulations to the top finishers. That was tough. That was a tough,
That was a tough division for sure.
but I do really like. I have to say that had a very nice Palm Hills.
Right.
Mm.
차렷, 경례, 준비. 바로 시작. 차렷, 경례.
That was a great performance from Connor. He hails from Akai Taekwondo, and that would be his coach is Coach Ray Kai. I really enjoyed the way his music selection and the way the movements were in sync with his movement.
Right. So, Twa, you did some freestyle, right?
Yes, for a very short time.
Yes, but I remember you were able to get that backflip in.
Yes, and Connor started his off with a round off back tuck, and I was
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
wow. I was like, he's here for business.
So, did you think that was the hardest requirement, or was it the gradient for you?
I think that the acrobatic part was the hardest challenge because it's so outside of the taekwondo that we know or the kicking that we know. And although it's a back tuck or a round off, it is a type of a kick. It just isn't in the sort of like the angulation or the like horizontalness that we're accustomed to being like vertical. And then all freestyle movements, especially the acrobatic ones, or even the gradient ones, the 540s and the 720s,
hmm
all at a different angle than vertical, and that freaks us out.
Well, that's what the referees have to think through now. Even for the referees, it's been a bit of a challenge, right, over the years to first of all pick up all the different requirements and do those and be able to score them in a way that was, under a set amount of time. You see the freestyle scores coming in a little bit slower, but it's actually not that. It's actually improved quite a bit over time because now their eyes used to really seeing those requirements and being able to assign a value to them, and it's really a challenge for them over time because the acrobatics keep getting more complex, the gradients keep getting more gradient. How can I say that? More turn, going from those first athletes really pressed to be able to do a 540, and now 720 pretty common out there.
And I thought Connor executed his so smoothly. The way the spin came straight across without an angle or anything like that, that was very commendable.
Right. It's hard to do high up because a lot of athletes do it, in their descent. So it's, maybe stomach high at the beginning if they're lucky. And then sometimes more of like a crescent type of kick
Yes,
rather than straight across, right?
yes, and I thought his was very cleanly done. I really enjoyed the last kick that he did on his multiple section. I don't know the name of it, but it was a little different. And it, okay, that's his score is a
Coming in
4.0.
with a score of 4.6, and we'll see this pretty commonly with the freestyle. The scores coming in significantly lower than the recognized is pretty normal for many of the athletes, and especially for those athletes just starting out.
But Connor definitely is setting the bar.
Right. Up next, we have Kaden Okamoto from California.
차렷, 경례. 준비. 타요. 차렷, 경례.
Wow, that was an exciting performance.
Yeah, super fun, right? So he
Yes,
started off with a good jump side kick, probably about his head height. So the requirements, or at least the kicking ones, all scored as to the not just the height of them, but also the value besides that. But starting off with the height, either to the body, to the head, or above the head. It looked like jump side kick, probably right around the head. Is that what you were seeing?
yes, he can jump.
Yeah, he can jump. Looked like his multiple was 3 clear kicks as far as I could tell. I don't know if he was trying for more than that, but looked like he got 3 kicks in there. So that was
Mhm.
good.
I think it's really important in these freestyle performances that you just make sure that it's an important stress that the music should match the movements, or at least the theme behind it. And I think he achieved that. The music had a real superhero feel to it, and I love the way he started the first opening, stance is what I call a superhero landing, and then he sort of repeated that in another movement that he did later on. I thought that tied everything else, tied things together nicely. He had a
Right.
lot of
The first part was really dynamic, and I think the
Mhm.
end of the form was really dynamic. Even had a little judo Kimmy fall in there, and then
Yes,
following up that strong finish. Yeah, you're right. The beginning and the end, those bookends were really really strong.
I saw that he had a little influence in tricking in his movement, and I really like seeing that. I like to see that sort of um, me- uh, um, immersion of the outside of martial arts and then bringing it into our taekwondo. That was nicely executed.
Right, and of course we want a balance between Poomsae technique and the acrobatic type of technique in there, because at the end of the day, freestyle Poomsae is still Poomsae, so we want to keep those roots there, and that's why we have certain stances required in the Poomsae and certain kicking techniques as well that we need to see there. He did a really good job on his multiple. Looked like I could see 3 clear kicks on the multiple, and then the backflip, it looked like that flash had 2 pretty clear kicks on the acrobatic side of it. On the sparring run, he had a good idea for the sparring run. Look, he got a pretty good score there,
Nice.
6.03, and now
Yes.
into first place for Kaden Okamoto.
Yes, very well done. These performances are hard to do. The time in which it takes to prepare and then to execute.
Yeah, especially with
Respect.
the extended time requirement.
Mm.
Used to be just 60 to 70 seconds, now up to about 90 seconds. So up next, we have Kaden Wong. Kaden's from California. It's tough to do with a mask on,
차렷.
especially several runs.
준비. 하나. 샷. 차렷. 그냥.
Okay, excellent performance by Kaden Wong from California. So he started off with a really strong X out. And he has this really good percussive music, right? Really heavy percussion beat with the drum.
Yes, yes. But his move. So I like that he sort of. I don't want to say minimized his movements, but because the music was, like you said, very beat oriented, he didn't put a lot of little movements, which I thought worked well for his performance to match the
Right.
music.
Right. A really strong musical piece, and looked like he was trying for 4 on the multiple. It's up to the referees to decide how many of those were really extended as far as they need them to be. The rules say it should be 80% extended, so that's quite a bit, and that's hard to do because your body just wants to throw out these tiny little tiny little movements and then really highlight the last kick on a multiple. So some people might be able to do 4, but those first 3 are pretty minimal, and then the 4th one really goes out. So it just
Yeah.
depends on what the referee's eye caught.
Yeah, I enjoyed the I don't want to say regular, but the 360 that he added at the very end of his multiple, and I'm a fan of that slow jumping round kick that he does. I think it's a jumping round kick.
Like a stalled round kick, yeah.
Yeah, the stalled one. It really worked well in this performance, and I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, I think his strongest requirement was probably his 540. It was well positioned on the mat so the camera could capture all of it, and so that was pretty nice. The sparring run, maybe just tighten that up a little bit, and there was some space. I know some space things for him going on, like was he gonna have enough
Oh,
room for it? But he gets a really big score,
yes.
so 6.53. I'm not sure how many kicks they saw on his flash, if because at that particular
Yeah.
requirement was really close to the camera. Kind of
Okay.
hard for me to even see. Was that,
Yeah.
was he able to extend any of those kicks out?
Yeah. I wasn't totally sure if any foot got cut out of the screen in
Right.
it. So I'm not sure he got a deduction for that at all. If it did. But I really liked his performance. It had good energy. Very nice. And
That was
that was
David Vu from up here in Sacramento, California, training here at Sacramento Taekwondo. So real fun athlete to work with. Sure, a lot of coaches have just a blast working with their freestyle athletes. It's just so much fun to watch them grow and develop.
that is David had so when we've been talking about the music and the movements, I definitely think that David has nailed it. The movement matched the music like right on. I really enjoyed his I always call it dramatic pause. You know,
Mm,
to look away and come back. I really like that. It lets everyone sort of settle in the movement that he just made and then, get ready for some more action. That was nicely done.
right. I think how we're seeing it as an audience is like we want that little anticipation, right? And then big pop. Like let us,
Yeah.
build it up and then let us see what we're going to get. It's kind of like watching a fighting athlete when they're doing a spin hook kick, let's say, like we know what's going to happen. We can see the turn and we already, anticipate that hit and that point well before it's delivered. So it's kind of the same thing in freestyle. Athletes have to set us up for what to expect and then really give it to us in a very dramatic way. And certainly, like you said, that music helps.
Music and hair. David, he uses his hair well.
That's
And
funny.
I really liked his very clearly executed flash kicks at the end, right
Mhm.
in front of us. I think I
Right.
counted.
Yeah. And with online, it is challenging, right? To be able to fit all that in because some athletes, you have to move to the back of the mat, to the back corners of the mat. Sometimes that's not as viewable. So you have to know where exactly to put that technique to make it look your best. We've seen athletes do it out on like tracks, not tracks, it's track itself, but like out in a high school area where there's a grassy area in between a track. And that's tough for them to even mark their space. But now in this indoor space, doing it in a place that's well lit, even in the back corners of the mat, and in the front. It's just a whole challenge for them to be able to put it all together. Such a long routine, right? But so action packed.
It is. It is.
Because when we're watching a good routine, it seems like it goes by so fast, like in 30 seconds. It seems like
it is it's like a trailer. It's a movie trailer.
it is. Oh, the referee's taking a bit of time to really think through this performance.
Not that I can do a 720, but I think David. Oh, there you go.
6.93.
Very nice. The lead.
Let's take a look at that leaderboard. It's going to come up. So we still have quite a few athletes to go because this round, this freestyle round, didn't have like a semifinal round and the final round. We went right to the final round with 12 athletes.
Wow.
So we are just a third of the way through.
Yeah, and I can see a lot of people wanting to enter into this division because there's so much creativity in do.
Right.
It's fun.
Oh, okay. Right, it's fun for everybody. Let's go ahead and move to our next athlete, Dylan Kim from California.
His school is Taekwondo Kids.
차렷. 그냥. 준비. 바로. 셔. 차렷. 그냥.
That was awesome.
Right, nice strong finish. A few of the athletes now have an X out to begin their routine and get them off to a nice energetic start. That was really good. And I liked his acrobatic run at the end, kind of did, one line and then followed by another. So really strong performance by Dylan Kim.
Yeah, I was going to say something about the X out too, because I was like, it must be X out season.
Yeah.
Everyone's on it. It does.
Especially with that finish down on one knee like that. Seems very popular in this division.
Yeah,
And
I can appreciate. Sorry, I can
you
appreciate.
can appreciate that. Why?
I was going to say is I can appreciate Dylan's attention to his stances to at least make them technically correct. You can see that he was making sure that he had parallel feet for his horse stances and that his front stances were technically correct. And that is hard to do when you're moving around like that. I mean, this Dylan was jumping all over. I like
Right.
that.
It's like moving extremely fast and then stopping on a dime, making sure those feet are just right. And then just practicing that over and over and over. And he's had a lot of growth, a lot of progress over the last few years. He's doing a really good job in this division.
Yeah, I liked. I'm liking the music selection so far that I've been hearing. Lots of
Yeah.
energy,
Yeah, his
dynamicness.
music's very powerful too. And it's got to be like super motivating and inspiring to the athletes when they turn on a really fun piece of music and their body just wants to go with it.
Yeah,
Rather than
along with
because it has a preset beat, right? And recognize we have to find our beat every time by listening to our breath or following our breath. And freestyle athletes have to do that too, but then they get that little boost of energy with the beat. And if they ever fall off their rhythm, it's right there for them to pick back up again.
yeah. I mean, we should add music to our Poomsae.
It'll be
Oh,
6.77.
nice.
So now into second place for Dylan Kim.
Yes.
Well, up next we have Vincent Chen from North Carolina.
준비.
Oh, I like the way Vincent started his routine with that V twist. That was nice.
Yeah, it started off with a great acrobatic, right? And his jump side kick, nice and high.
Clean.
Yeah, really good. His 720 that he was shooting for, I love the effort, right? And it's really hard to get that
Yeah.
spin out there and know when to extend that kick. So that's something he's probably going to continue to be working on, but great to be able to do that at such a young age, being able to get around twice. Yeah, I had a couple little extra things, a little raise in there, and yeah, some. I think one of the most impressive things was like his outside of his form was his setting. Was that his house?
I always
That
thought,
is a huge house. See
uh,
how big that room is to be able to do freestyle in that room? Plus, like it looks like a little air track off to the side. It was
yeah.
amazing.
Well, I
And
was worried that his last flash kicks that he was right up against
yeah,
the wall. Like like videos looked like he was going to hit the wall, and I was like,
right. He's lucky he's not super tall yet. He's going to be one day, it looks like, but not just yet. So he had enough space. I was a little worried too. I was thinking, how was he going to open into that flip? But he did a great job and
yeah,
wonderful performance from Vincent Chen.
Yes, I really appreciate how he filled the void, not the voids, but the movements with movement. So he really kept movement constant. That's hard to do.
Right, because the changing the beat every now and then. He had these couple of quick combinations with some hand techniques, including some really quick punches. That was a real highlight.
Yeah.
The score's just starting to come in now. It's nice to have a nice long time to think about it and really give the athletes an opportunity to, score high in every single requirement because there's 5 of them, it takes just a bit of time just for the, technical side.
And I think they'll have a easier time because Vincent did have some nice clean movements that you can count his like his front kicks. I think there was like 4
On the multiple?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like he was shooting for 4 on that.
Clean.
So in this division, we still have 6 athletes to go. And there's Vincent's score, 6.27.
Nice.
So up top, we have David Vu, followed by Dylan Kim, Kaden Wong, Vincent Chen just went up, now in 4th place, Kaden Okamoto, and Connor Tector. And Ethan Kim from Illinois up next.
차렷, 경례. 준비. 바로. 차렷, 경례.
Okay, that was Ethan Kim from Illinois with his performance. Good, another strong musical piece with a lot of personality, a lot of strength to help motivate him as he's moving through the requirements.
I was definitely enjoying the energy with it too. It's a very upbeat kind of background.
Right. Started off with a good jump side kick, and then moving into that multiple. It looks like he's working through a few different ideas with his freestyle, and it certainly has a lot of, how can I say, like a lot of vitality, a lot of potential to it. And all he has to do is just keep playing with the requirements, keep working on them. Looks like he is having fun with it as he's going through it.
Yeah, it's a nice addition to your regular
Oh my gosh,
technical
yeah.
Poomsae.
Yeah, fun is such a big part of both recognized and freestyle, right? If you're not having fun, then it can become instantly miserable.
You know how you talk about how many times it takes to record the one that you want? Can
Right.
you imagine how many recordings that they have to do for this? And each run is so involved. I mean,
Right.
involved.
And it can be exhausting doing it back to back like that for a recording. That's why some athletes just will naturally train in their everyday practice to do maybe 3 or 4 full runs so that their stamina builds up over time so that they're not taxed. So here's Ethan Kim's score coming through a solid 5.4.
Nice. Well done.
So that's going to put him right there in 6th place. So again, David Vu on top, followed by Dylan Kim, Kaden Wong, Vincent Chen, Kaden Okamoto. There's Ethan, followed by Connor Tector. Up next, we have Andrew Lee from California.
차렷, 그냥. 준비. 하라. 쉬어. 차렷, 그냥.
That was awesome. I really liked Andrew's Chumbi.
He started off with really making us wait, right? He did a
Yeah.
lot of introductory Poomsae movements before he even got into his jump side. It's like, okay, when is this going to happen? When is this going to happen? He's really setting us up to really take a good look at it and appreciate it while it was happening.
Yeah. I noticed that he tried to highlight the requirements in those ways, like either at the corners, in the center when he did his both he did a 720 and I thought his 540 was really nice. His side kick
Yeah.
and then his front kick multiples. He he was very conscious of the position that he ought to be, like you had mentioned before, when you're videoing, knowing where to put your accents at. Andrew did good.
Yeah, he did a really good job. Good try with his 720 round kick there. And he had a interesting sparring run. I thought that sparring run, that can really be developed into something quite nice. He looks like
Yes.
he's working on it, and it's got a lot of complexity to it, a lot of layers to it,
Yes.
followed by a really cool little kicking combination. So I think he's got to, just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep adding to what you have. And then he ended with that 540. Thought maybe that 540 looked a little stronger than his 720 round. So that's and it was great because it was right there in the middle, in the center to end the Poomsae with. So it was a good, strong finish.
I was gonna ask you that, Coach Brand, that if your athlete had a 540 that was strong, they had a 720 that wasn't as stronger, would you have advised them to stick with two 540s and just have a standard score instead of attempting the 720?
Yeah, that's always a thing, right? Like maybe on one day the 720 is looking really good and really high, but the next day maybe not. So you always have to think through what's best on that particular day. So he gets a 5.64, nice solid score for him. So he'll be in, looks like sixth there. So there's our leaderboard here. We have 8 athletes that have already gone, and we have 4 more all ready to go. So up next, Julian Gomez from California. Oh, okay. So it's showing that this particular athlete has been disqualified. You know, a number of reasons could be there, right? Anything from maybe the video not being the oh, wait, is he coming up? Oh, this is just score coming up. Yeah, it could be anything from the video quality to many other things. So
You're right, because I believe that if there's any possible hint of editing of the video, it's a disqualification.
yeah, it could have been that, could have just been the video quality in general, maybe not been able to be broadcast, right? Because we are looking at video requirements now for all the events. They have to be so many frames per second, so much quality to it. So it could have been a number, excuse me, could have been a number of things. So it's not necessarily anything that the athlete might have done incorrectly in their performance. It might have been just the video itself. So hope to see Julian at a future event. So we're going to move on to Matthew Raw from New York.
I'm looking forward to Matthew's present performance because Matthew, I know Matthew. He's on one of my teams, and I haven't seen him perform this. I love it.
Cool ending.
Matthew
That was Matthew Raw.
he's such a strong acrobatic and tricking either foundation. He looks great.
Yeah, that performance definitely trick packed, right? And such a stamina tester. I mean, if you can do that for one time, wow, that's quite an achievement. That is really full of many tricks, and those tricks take a lot of energy.
Yes, and then he had to do the sparring section, and I was feeling bad for him because I was like, oh, his legs must be so tired.
Right.
He was so creative in adding his own style to this form. I love that.
Yeah,
He
he
didn't.
really did a great job, and I've seen some improvement now from his performance at the national championships. For us, lucky enough to be able to watch this whole division too, and he's really come a long way. He just keeps adding things, keeps adding texture, keeps adding another type of a trick. So lots of fun.
That's the great thing about this division is that you can come in as a, I don't want to say a beginner, but as a newer to the division and still get so much out of it. And then look at Matthew and how much he's developed and grown. It's very
Yeah, and
strong.
hopefully soon we'll have freestyle in the youth divisions. I don't know exactly when that might happen, but that's going to be, that's on everybody's wish list is to move freestyle to that division so we could start even younger.
Wow.
And so Matthew Raw in fourth place there was 6.37 with two more athletes to go. This is Anthony Doe from California, from Sacramento here, training with us at Sacramento Taekwondo.
Chariot, Kingen. Jubi. Auto. Chariot, Kingen.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Coach Matt, is that the same Anthony? He's been working at this for a while.
Right, Anthony, you have been with him in Sacramento here.
Oh my goodness, he has developed incredibly well.
Yeah, he has some fun stuff and some good music to propel him. Had to do a little panning there with the camera work, so it looked a little bit, maybe a little hinky-jinky a little bit. Sometimes that's necessary to do in a space, but thought that he did a pretty good job, all things considered there.
Yes, the strength of his movements they've just looked great. I remember him initially when he was starting out in this division, and he has just grown so well in that. I really
Yeah,
liked his.
grown physically and grown in development and Poomsae. So I think one of the strongest features is his musicality, that he's
Yeah,
able to pick really good, technique, timing to match with the music just right.
I really liked the segment that he did when he added a lot of the spin kicks. That whole
Right,
trail
from the right of the screen to the left,
on the
going
left,
full out right.
and those were all executed really nicely and clean. It just worked really well.
Yeah, excellent job by Anthony. And we have one more athlete coming up. Jake de Guzman is currently ranked first in this division. Will age up next year. And then, of course, we went by the rankings here. So Anthony currently in second place in the rankings. And 7.1. So I think he's going to take the lead from David Vu, who was in the first spot with the 693. So now Anthony Do on top, followed by David Vu, Dylan Kim, Kaden Wong, Matthew Raw, Vincent Chen, Kaden Okamoto, Andrew Lee, Ethan Kim, Connor Tucker, and now for our last competitor, Jake de Guzman.
Shut up. Come in. 준비.
Wow, what fun. That was just so much fun.
It was. I was really happy to see he brought back some old school moves. I like that.
He's just so much fun to watch. He's such
Yes.
a character, right? His personality really comes through. It's like this really neat intersection of dance and freestyle and Poomsae. Really good job by Jake.
Yeah, and he kind of merged all the requirements into a nice performance. It wasn't like sometimes in a performance will just highlight the movements without sort of a
Right.
nice lead in, and he just connected everything so smoothly.
Yeah, in some performances, it looks kind of like there's these big gaps, right, of time waiting for a requirement, or maybe somebody walking around to get to a requirement, or
Right.
it's just if this is very balanced. The whole form has nice rhythm, nice consistency to it, really
Yes.
clean and just fun. I mean, it's
Yes.
just It's really great when we see the athlete's personality come through. And I think in many of these today, we're able to see the athletes, who they are and what they're about come through the music and through their technique, their choice of technique.
And I think that's important in Taekwondo because Taekwondo is very far from expression. Like,
You mean the recognized performances?
yes.
Yeah, but when referees do get to see our personality through recognize, it's a big deal. Like attention is called at that moment where you can really, the referees and the audience can see past the technique and see into the individual athlete. That's
I
really,
agree. I
that's
agree.
rare, like people not just trying to perform techniques, but trying to be one with those techniques is like a big level up and really easily seen in a group, like that person that stands out.
Yes. I was just going
And
to
actually,
say,
you did that. Actually, you did that at World Championships. 2016 World Championship really stuck out because you weren't just performing the individual techniques, but you were really putting a lot of yourself into those, and it was really easy to see that.
oh,
And I was
thank
sitting
you.
way up in the stands, like 100 yards away. It felt like I could still feel it.
Oh,
But Jake the Guzman, he did the same thing here, right? And many of our athletes in this division did the same thing, really trying to put their individual personality into it.
yes,
So I think he's going to be rewarded with a very high score here.
I agree with you. Yes.
Oh, look at that. Wow, 7.53. Real good lead for him. Quite a bit of gap over everybody else. So here's our leaderboard. Mine looks a little stuck on top, but it is Jake de Guzman in first place, followed by Anthony Doe in second, David Vu in in third, Dylan Kim in fourth, followed by Kaden Wong, Matthew Raw, Vincent Chen, Kaden Okamoto, Andrew Lee, Ethan Kim, Connor Tector.
Well done. This group was,
Yeah, really great performances. What fun.
yeah.
And if we stay tuned, we'll be able to see the freestyle under 17 female division. First, we're taking a little bit of break and then we'll be right back. Okay, here we are with a freestyle under 17 female, starting off with Emily Vu from California.
Chariot, King A. GB. Auto. Chariot, King A.
Okay, that was Emily Vu from California, training up here in Sacramento.
That was, I didn't know how someone so small has so much power. She really looked great.
Yeah, it's hard to tell really her size, right, on the camera because she's really close to it, but she is, pretty petite athlete, and yet packs a lot of punch.
Exactly.
So flying side kick looked pretty good height and multiple. Still working on the acrobatic though, so she's got a really good strong backflip and starting to do things with it that are really exciting now to add the kicking technique. So that's going to be really exciting to watch her development. And the athletes in this division as cadets are just starting to learn how to get not only just courageous, but really trying to push that button more and more
Yeah.
to see what they can do while inverted. That's always fun to watch.
And for them to start this young at it is, she just has so much potential ahead of her.
Yeah, can you imagine being just like 12, 13, 14-year-old starting? You were just a little bit older than that when you did freestyle, right?
Yes, I was a wee baby.
Yeah.
I
Just a
was jealous of these guys putting this stuff together this young. Oh, nice.
Right, Emily getting a 5.73. So really good, especially considering that she could not score on the acrobatic because of the lack of kick, right? So had there been some type of flash in there or any other kick extension, that would have been really, really good for her score. So nowhere to go but up for Emily Vu. Up next, we have Emily Doe, her teammate, also from California.
Chariot, King A. GB.
Okay, that was Emily Doe from California, an under 17 female division in our Spooktacular competition. Thanks to USAT for putting this on, and for Vastic, all the support that you have given to help make this a live production. Also to all the referees, big shout out to them for helping us develop our athletes through these online tournaments. What did you think of that one, Twa?
I wanted to ask, how long has Emily been doing this?
Well, you mentioned that you remember her brother Anthony. So at the same time that you met him, she was also training along, just about just over a year younger than him.
So that's
But yes, she grew a lot.
Oh my goodness, she grew a lot, and I have
Yeah,
to say that when I knew her when she was young, was just developing her aerial, and now she just has
right.
it so easily, along with her acrobatic. Her flash kick was great. I love the way she landed out of that and went to the next move. That was nicely executed.
Yeah, some of that just a ton of fun for them to be working on. Also with Emily Vu, who went just before her, and then David Vu, who you saw uh, placed third in the last division. So all of them training together, having a ton of fun. So she gets a 6.7. You could see the value of that flash right there, and that could be very inspiring to Emily Vu to be working toward that flash and see how that score goes up.
Oh yeah,
Not to
and I
say
also
that that was the only factor, but it is a
no.
pretty good factor. And Emily's got that backflip, obviously. So now just next step, adding to that. So this is Megan Kim, also from California.
차렷, 그냥. 준비. 하라. 셔. 차렷, 그냥.
Great. So that was Megan Kim from California doing a really fantastic job. Her form was like very dense and rich with a lot of cool little twists and turns. It seems like all the athletes so far have been trying to, at the beginning of the form, like highlight their side kick, right side
Yes.
kick, right? So Emily Vu did it with a really high, like 180 side kick in slow motion. Emily Doe did one off to the front corner of the form, nice high side kick. And then Megan Kim doing the same with kind of like slow motion reach and then followed by another side kick. So they look like they all have a strong right side.
Well, I say when it comes to sidekick, if you got one, you should use it.
Yeah, they're really showing their flexibility and balance and strength as they're doing those, especially the slow motion ones.
Yeah. I noticed that her flying sidekick, the actual kick itself, was also high. And that just caught my eye because I was like, oh, I don't think I see that very often. So she executed
Right.
uniquely.
Yeah. So the goal is to get it over the head, right? To get the maximum amount of points. So these guys are really trying to push up.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
it's a
she did.
Oh, and look at the score, 5.6 for Megan Kim. So now in third place. So up top we have Emily Doe, followed by Emily Vu, and in third, Megan Kim. Up next, we'll have Yul Kwan from California.
처리해. 그냥. 준비. 허락.
Very nice.
쉬어. 처리해. 그냥.
That was Yul Kwan from California.
You can tell that she has a very strong kicking base. Like all of her kicks were strong, they were accurate. She moved very well through them. I know she didn't have her acrobatics maybe as strong, but her kicks and her other, she's going to be going somewhere.
Right. She had a cool little combination, like with an aerial to a couple of quick movements in the middle of the form. Looked really good. She's got some great potential. So I think that, it looks like she's been, like you said, putting a lot of time into her kicking technique and her kicking combination. So those were a lot of fun.
Yeah. She also displayed a little bit of, I wouldn't say attitude, but style, like it was in her
Right.
head
Yeah.
position, the eye
Yeah.
placement. It was
Definitely
really,
serious kind of athletic,
yeah,
posture, right?
styling. It was very stylistic. I liked it. You'll did
Yeah,
a nice job.
and her form takes a lot of energy too. Like we were talking about, like Jake de Guzman and Matthew Raw, those guys like just really action packed throughout, with a lot of heavy, effort movements. And for her, she tends to go toward the kicking technique, right? A lot of heavy kicking technique and not as much hand technique. So it's really requires a lot of stamina. So here's her score coming in at 5.5, and here's our leaderboard. Emily Doe on top, followed by Emily Vu, Megan Kim, and Yul Kwan. And up next, we're going to have Sofia Hernandez.
차렷, 경례, 준비.
I know everybody else on the other side is looking at the same thing as we are. I'm sure they're working on the connectivity right now.
Does build up the anticipation, right? It's like, what is she going to do next? Oh, here we go.
파로. 차렷. 경례.
And that was Sophia with
Yeah, Sophia Hernandez from Texas. Excellent job. Tons of potential. Wow, she's so flexible.
yes, and with her coach being AJ Munoz, she is definitely in good hands.
Right. So right now, it seems like she's kind of working her way through that Poomsae and really trying to get some definition, right, with all the different elements going through there. It's really rich with different techniques. So now it's a matter for her to really being able to accentuate each piece of it. And I think that's just down the road a little bit for her, just a little bit, maybe just like around the corner and down one block. Maybe she's really close.
Yes, I agree that Sophia is well on her way of making this her sport because she's putting all the things down, getting all the requirements worked on. The acrobatic
Yeah,
part hard for
yeah.
everyone.
I think her 540 right now is like pretty close, right?
Yes.
Just needs to get, and her regular spin hook kick is beautiful. So
Yes.
she has a lot of extension on it. Really, really pretty to watch. So she's coming in with a 5.56. So here's our leaderboard again. We have Emily Doe, followed by Emily Vu, Megan Kim, Sophia Hernandez, and Yo Kwan. So we have 3 athletes left. The first is Hannah Noble from California.
차렷. 그냥. 준비. 쉬어. 차렷. 그냥.
Wow.
Right, and that was Hannah Noble from California.
What, she was on the U.S. team before or not?
Right, she was. Yeah,
Okay.
she has a lot going on in that form. Just action-packed, start to finish, puts a lot of extra little things in there to give it more texture, more layers of complexity. Good job.
Yeah. I really like that. I wasn't sure how she executed that back handspring into the X out, but
Yeah.
I was like, where did she get the power to do that?
Yeah, definitely. That was a highlight for sure in that form because she looked really light on her feet and had a really good finish. It looked fun to do. When you have those moments in freestyle, we're all sitting there going, "Boy, wish we could do that like right now at this minute and jump in with you," because that's just so inviting and it looks so easy, right?
Yeah. And I think that anytime I see a freestyle form, especially in the female category, I'm always naturally comparing it to the performances that AJ has had over the years. And I always think to myself, could this be the next world champion?
Oh, right. Yeah, we have so much potential in this
Yeah.
division, and then eventually probably in our youth division. So freestyle has changed so much since its first introduction into the World Championships in 2014 in Mexico. So many techniques have been added, both in the male and the female divisions. It looks so much different. So much next level, right?
Yes. I'm glad that freestyle is here because I think that's what the rest of the world thinks Taekwondo is all about.
Mm. That and breaking some wood, right? Yeah.
Right, right. They're very disappointed once they get to recognize Poomsae. They're like,
No, don't
what?
say that.
Where's the
Never.
flash?
Well, it's just such a great foundation for everything. And, at the World University Games, the first rounds had to be recognized Poomsae and then showing that good strength and then being able to do the freestyle in the final round. And that's a format that might be in the Olympics if we ever get there, right? Making sure that
Oh,
everybody has sound, Taekwondo Poomsae, and not just the tricker coming out. We have to, freestyle Poomsae is Poomsae. Got to start there, got to finish there.
yeah. And I often wonder if you can tell an athlete has a strong Poomsae foundation when it comes to freestyle athletes.
Oh, sure. Can you see it on the ring as we're watching today?
I do. There's some aspects of it, but I just can't decide if if their foundation was Poomsae and then they brought on the freestyle aspect or if it was at the same time developed.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Mhm. And some of the athletes you can tell that it's been predominantly more of the freestyle focus,
Right,
not very little, but still forming the foundations with the Poomsae aspects.
right. You can definitely see that in the stances, the stance
Yeah.
stability. Like their feet might be in the right place, but still you don't see that stability there or that posture there.
Mhm. Or the execution of movements, because there is a way with
Right.
recognized Poomsae.
Right. You tell it. Preach it. Susanna Noble from California scores just coming in right now, pretty soon. So the score is being done in real time. So everybody being thoughtful here. So you talked about the way to do the Poomsae. What is that way, Twa?
The things that we've sort of like talked about during the day, having your hands and feet moving with stability and timing and speed and power and your head
Yeah.
and just
Yeah, and the hand
being in
technique's not
line.
just being placed out there. We do
Yeah,
see that with some freestyle athletes that have the idea of where the hands finish, but really not how to get there
yeah,
in some respects. But the majority of them now really catching on and trying to do all parts of it, not just the tricking part. And I shouldn't say just the tricking part, just the hardest part. The hardest part, all the acrobatic.
the funs.
Yep. So we have Hannah Noble, and then we have two athletes, Allison de Guzman on deck, followed by Gianna Gospi. And I might be mispronouncing that last name. Is it Gian or I bet it's Gian Legaspi.
Oh. Oh.
It's like your name, Twa. Everybody wants to say Thoa, right?
You know, it's whenever you have only 4 letters, it messes people up.
Yeah.
You don't have
I don't
much
know.
room to err.
They mess my name up pretty good too. They say Barbera or something weird.
Banana.
It's pretty exciting competition today and action packed since what has it been? Since 7 a.m. Pacific time. Thanks for getting up with us and watching all the action today. USA Taekwondo producing another great event for us all to develop from and be excited to just observe all the different athletes and hear all the commentary, especially from Twa, world champion 2016, weighing in on all the recognized and freestyle athletes that we have here today.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I really did not think that I could rise up to the occasion because
Oh my goodness.
your normal partner, Miyako, does a wonderful job, and I didn't know if I could do it.
Miyako was here with us yesterday, but today she's actually running a Taekwondo event in North Carolina.
Yes.
So she's busy all day with another Taekwondo event. Otherwise, she'd probably be joining the two of us here right now if she could.
Yeah.
Be fun to have like 3 commentators on board. Be kind of a nice.
I'd probably have too much fun.
Well, then when we voted it, we could have like a clear majority, right? We would
Yeah.
always be one against the other. Wow, 6.44. Great score for Hannah Noble. So
Wow.
I think that puts her right into second place. Yeah, we have Emily Doe in first, followed by Hannah Noble, Emily Vu, Megan Kim, Sophia Hernandez, and Yul Kwan. And up next, we have Allison de Guzman, also from California. So the majority of these athletes from California.
차렷, 그냥. 준비. 바로. 쉬어. 차렷, 그냥.
That was amazing.
Yeah, Allison de Guzman, great job. I liked a couple of those at the beginning. She had a couple quick staccato hand techniques where it went boom, 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 boom with her arm to the beat of the music, and that was pretty cool. She has got a lot of energy at the end of the form, able to even, do that flash and then come back around, throw that aerial out, like super relaxed, like no problem. Just like
I
she
was
can
just
do it all day long.
I was gonna say the same thing, that she really has power that just makes everything else float. So
Hmm.
I was hooked. My eyes couldn't leave the screen.
Yeah, she's pretty light on her feet, especially with that
Yeah.
sparring run, right? Just like
Oh.
floating all the way through it.
Mm. I was almost going to say that she reached heights that the male division was able to do. I mean, that's
You,
how
oh,
strong
and the
she was.
kick height. Yeah,
Acrobatics.
look at that.
Kicks.
She just moved into first place.
Yep.
So
I
they
absolutely.
recognize that. Yeah, she's way up there. So we have Allison de Guzman now in first, followed by Emily Doe, Hannah Noble, Emily Vu, Megan Kim, Sofia Hernandez, and Yul Kwan. So we have one athlete on deck here. I'm going to say Gian Legaspi this time and hope that's right. Maybe the next time I see her, she can let me know if
I
I'm
think that's a
pronouncing
great.
it correctly.
차렷, 그냥. 준비. 허락. 셔. 차렷, 그냥.
Okay, that was our final competitor in this under 17 freestyle female division. And it was Gian Legaspi, and really strong looking athlete, right? She's just
Yeah.
looks like she has a lot of power.
She didn't look like she's even broke a sweat.
Yeah.
It was so easy for her. She just like walks up and does things.
Yeah, she has a lot of leg power in her quadriceps, so it makes her able to pop up pretty easily there. So she's kind of like it's hard to tell, right? Everybody's height, but she seems like her frame is around the same height as our first competitor, Emily Vu. So a little bit more petite in stature, but she has
Yeah.
tremendous strength and athleticism for somebody of her size. So she should be
I-
very proud. And all the athletes in this division are getting stronger and stronger in this freestyle under 17 female division. Just really good power throughout.
It's difficult to put a routine together and to have all the elements along with just performing it. So yeah, that's nice. It's a nice score.
Oh, yeah, 6.27. So I believe that will put her in third. Oh, let's see. So we have
Yeah.
Allison de Guzman in first, followed by Emily Doe, Hannah Noble, Gian Legaspi, Emily Vu, Megan Kim, Sofia Hernandez, and Yul Kwan, all really strong performances. And thanks to everybody that helped support them along the way, because our female under 17 division is getting stronger over time. Thanks to USAT for putting on this event. Thanks for all the support from Bastic to help us go live with it. Thanks, Toi, for all of your help in the commentary booth that you created at home, along with Miyako Yerrick, who joined yesterday to weigh in on the semifinal round. So thanks to everybody for helping put this together for all of our athletes.
Thank you. Thank you, Coach Fran. Thank you for having me and doing a really great job of guiding us through this day with some great performances. I really like the outcome of each division. The strongest athlete rose to the top, and I'm very pleased to see the
Yeah,
competition.
special shout out to all the referees, right? For
Yes.
making sure that they're working hard, doing their best to make sure that the athletes get the feedback that they need to have in order to develop to the next level.
Yes. I was very pleased to see that presentation had a real good factor in this event, and we want to encourage people to do that, to focus on your presentation, to give it that extra sparkle.
Yeah, it's just sparkle on top of that strong foundation.
Yes.
So have a great weekend, everybody.
Take care and hope to see everyone soon in person.